Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on Caleb. Dati mihi Anglican, please. Very much love.
Is that correct?
It's literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We are about to return to court here in just mere moments as the craziness continues. I have to first say congratulations to Adam, who was first in chat today, this afternoon. Adam, where are you at? There you are. Adam, congratulations. And Adam, I think I'm going to also make you responsible for like just making sure people are nice in chat today. It's been a little crazy today. Adam's just a cog. All right, we are coming back in mere moments to the not that trial. Let's go to this trial. Let's go to this one. Yes, this is the one. It's going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit, but we'll be there in just a second. All right, this is the Mercy trial, which is going on in West Virginia. This is continuation of the Natalie. I say Cochran, but apparently it's Cochran, like Cochran. So it's Natalie's trial. We'll just go by our first name here for now. But it's been a little a little crazy, if I say so myself. What happens is she was convicted by the jury of first-degree murder, and in West Virginia, when you're convicted of first-degree murder, the jury then has the ability to go into what's called, they're required to go into what's called the mercy phase or the penalty phase of the trial, where the only question the jury is deliberating is, should the defendant ever be released on, or ever have the opportunity to be released on parole, and if so, after how many years? So that's the issue. It is another trial, so it's another evidentiary phase. There's opening statements, which we heard, which were terrible. Just for the record, they were absolutely the worst ones I've ever heard. It sounded like neither one was prepared at all to say anything, and they just winged it and did poorly at it. But then the witnesses that get up are family, and basically all the rules of evidence and testimony and appropriateness in court sort of go out the window, and anything goes. And anything has gone. It's been a little crazy. Honey's mom says, best family to be a part of. We all love Ari and his family. Thank you. Honey's mom, like that we were able to get you back in chat. Sorry you had to change your name back to make it happen, but you're here now. Thank you very much. Bodybuilding Beezy, member for 19 months. Says Zebra expires at 1:44 Eastern time. I've got another zebra over here on my Lady Justice. Right here, the very same zebra. So thank you for that. All right, let's see, what else? Lori, I was with you. I was on I don't think the state has proved the case, but I'm not standing up and yelling the jury got it wrong either. In my heart, I think she probably did it. Maybe that's why it's easier for me to accept the fact that the jury made that jump. Even though I think that the state hadn't proved it. They proved that she was, guilty in the Ponzi scheme, but I thought there needed to be a little more. Kimar gifted a membership. Greeners gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Oop, things are happening. Things are happening and shaking. Whoa. The family's gone.
All right, are there any matters that we need to discuss at this time?
Equipment for our case in penalty phase.
Where's all her family? They all left.
Nothing from the defense.
Nothing from the defense.
Are you guys seeing this? Why would they not? They were supporting her up until an hour ago, and now nobody is there.
Bring in the jury.
Here comes the jury. All we have there is media members. They just don't want to hear what's going to be said next. Is that it? That is incredible. It does look like the jury's going to see this. The jury's going to be like, see that they don't want to be here for that. It almost gives you the impression that they're looking at this with blinders on. The family's refusing to acknowledge something the jury already has. Man, maybe they just heard wrong. But the courtroom's nearly empty. It's everybody. It's mom, dad, it's the kids, her niece that's been here every day of court.
All right, now we will hear testimony and evidence presented by the state. Mr. Truman, please call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Stephanie Hamilton.
Anybody who wants to put the name up in chat, I'll pin the first one.
To tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
You are Stephanie Hamilton.
I am Stephanie Hamilton.
The jury has already heard your testimony previously, but we're now in the penalty phase, and that involves the character of the defendant. Could you describe just briefly your relationship with the defendant?
I met her through the Youth Football League. Mike was one of our son's coaches, and I met her through that, and we became friends.
Were you pretty good friends?
I thought so.
You thought so. And did some things happen that led you to change your mind on that?
Yes.
Tell us what that was.
She lied to us. She manipulated us. My son...
I'm already going to object this, unless we have some specific testimony. We just...
All right, perhaps we should establish a foundation as to who, what, when, and where, Mr. Truman.
Yes, sir. Ms. Hamilton, you indicated that the defendant lied to you. Can you tell the jury some specifics as to that?
Well, our son was very sick, and he had just went through a really bad surgery. We thought we were facing cancer. He was 13 at the time, and we didn't know what we were going to be facing with him. And she approached that, she used that situation to talk about the contracts working for her so I could stay at home more with my son. And you know, we gave money, and there was always, you know, promises of money, more money, and there was never money.
And so you're talking about the investment with the defendant, and you were never paid back. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. The jury may recall that you are a physician's assistant, and you explained to them in general terms what that did.
Right.
Did the defendant utilize your position as a physician's assistant and take advantage of you on some occasions?
Yes, I mean, she had asked me for medication once. She used my position for her cover.
Explain that. Sorry. When you say that, used your position as cover, what did you mean by that?
The day of Michael's sickness.
And how did she go about using you as cover?
Telling everyone that she had me there as the provider.
I'm going to object. We need to approach the bench on this one. All right.
Whoa. I didn't realize there was more tea to be spilled. The pot is not empty. Telling everyone that I was there as the provider when he was sick. So basically putting the burden on her. It's time for a goat scream. Thought you said anything goes. I know, but I'm always blown away by the fact that anything, in fact, does go. And of course, we've got 2 objections already by Mr. Victor, who suddenly wants tight reins on the witnesses. The state saying, we objected to nothing. We got crap from them. We did nothing. We sat there and took it. And now they want to not take it back. Unfortunately, the judge, if there's an objection and it's wrong, he'll sustain it, even if the state didn't object when they could have.
You may continue, Mr. Drew.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and answer that question.
Telling investigators that I was there as the provider that checked Michael. She had a provider there, named me, used that for her cover.
Do you have some survivor's guilt or witness guilt in terms of Michael having died and you were present at the time or on the day that he fell?
What is it now? I'm sorry.
Do you have some survivor's guilt over that?
I think we all do, hindsight, but when you think about the events of the day and you go there and she tells the story, and I didn't know his history. I didn't know anything about what the situation was there. I was there briefly, and I advised her, what she should do, and made many efforts to make suggestions to go here, to go there, we'll go here. And she was not going to take that. But as a friend, you don't think that someone has done something to their husband.
That's all questions the state has. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
You said you lost some money in investing in Natalie Cochran's business, right?
Yes.
How much did you lose?
It's somewhere between $15,000, $17,000.
Never recovered that money, right?
Right.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Anything further?
A follow-up to that, when did you make that investment?
And I think the first time was in January of 2019, mid-January.
And did you put the number you just gave defense counsel, was that all up front, or did you take that
over time.
Was some of it after Michael died?
Yes.
That's all the questions the state had.
So in those increments, you lost what, $17,000?
Yes.
So when did you first learn that you were scammed?
After I started realizing there was multiple excuses as to why there wasn't anything coming back.
And you thought about all those increments of money that you paid Natalie or whoever, the company, right?
What is it?
And you thought about all those increments of money that you paid to the company, right?
I knew there was. I had never added it up until the end.
And that made you really mad.
No, actually, I was more hurt of the lies than the money.
And you were still mad and hurt, right?
No, I'm not mad.
No,
I'm
you're
hurt.
not. All right, that's all.
That made you mad, right? No.
That's further
And you're
from the
still
statement.
mad, right?
You may stay
No.
down, ma'am. Thank you. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls John Hamilton to the stand.
She's like, honey, go get him.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, Your Honor. You may have a seat right there. All right, Ms. Ayden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the record?
John David Hamilton.
And we've already heard you testify here previously in the case in chief, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Through youth football.
And did you know her husband, Michael Cochran, as well?
Yes, Michael's a good friend of mine.
How do you feel about losing Mike?
I mean, losing Mike is bad on everybody. Donna, we lost a son, a father, a coach, and a friend.
And how has that affected you to lose him?
I mean, every day, you know, you think about it. At least I do. And you go to someone's house as a friend, they call you over to help them. Just like my wife said, you take your friends at face value. You don't ever think that your friends are going to try to kill their husband or anything like that. You just take them at face value because why would they? These are people you went to football games with, you've ate pizza with, you've hung out with.
So along that same line, how have the defendant's actions with regard to Michael affected your life? How have they made you feel?
I mean, it's every day it's something there, you know. I mean, just like today, Steph gets a message from somebody saying that, you know, oh, we can't believe that you guys just let Michael lay there and this and that. The story we got was Michael had a seizure. I went there to help Mike, get him off the floor, get him on the couch. I sit there, I told Natalie let's take him to the hospital. Natalie told me she wouldn't let him sleep it off.
Would the court give me a continuous
Yes, indeed.
in this case as well?
Certainly. The exception is fully preserved. Continue, please, Ms. Ayden.
So would you say that the defendant's actions and Michael's death have affected your daily life?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And you and your wife are receiving some blame for that, right?
Yes.
How do you feel about the role that you played on February 6th of 2019?
As far as, and like what I wish I would have did or just what happened?
As far as how you became involved, what do you feel in hindsight, looking back on that day?
Well, I mean, you think about it almost every day, and you really wish you could have did something different. But given the information you have at the time, you know, you feel horrible, especially for Donna, the kids, this and that. Like I said, they lost a father. You know, Donna lost a son. I lost a friend.
I think that's good for us. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Hamilton, did you lose any money to Michael and Natalie Cochran's business?
My wife made investments, sir, but yes, as a family, we did.
Okay. Now, how is your testimony today different from the testimony that you testified to at trial? How is it different?
As far as what, sir?
Well, you're pretty much recalling the events of the day, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
What?
Anything further, Ms. Akers?
Just one question.
Go ahead.
During the case in chief and your cross-examination, were you ever actually given an opportunity to say how any of this made you feel?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Victor?
You said something on direct concerning the children losing their father.
Yes.
They also lost the mother, right?
Yes, because she killed their father.
I didn't ask you why, sir. I asked you a simple question.
Yes.
You don't like Natalie Cochran, do you?
I don't like that she killed Mike.
Do you not like Natalie Cochran?
I wouldn't say I like her or dislike her, sir. As far as I'm concerned right now, sir, she's a criminal.
So the answer is no, I don't like her. Is it?
If you want to put it that way, sir.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Christopher Davis.
Oh my goodness. She was not in the courtroom. Interesting. Sorry, Christopher. Yeah, Mr. Victor is going to just...
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do like that quarter zip.
Go ahead, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. You are Chris Davis,
Yes, sir.
and you had testified before this jury previously. Tell us your relationship with Michael Cochran.
Mike was one of my best friends. And, you know, we did a lot together and spent a lot of time together. And, you know, we not only personally, but we coached sports together and, you know, vacation together. And he was he is a dear friend.
You miss him?
I do. Mike was he was a very strong man. He's a good man. And he would want me to be strong now as well. And he was a good man, a very good man. He wasn't the best father, the best friend, or the best husband, but I'm not either. But he's not what you heard he was. He loved his family. He took care of his family. He loved his friends. He loved his community. Spent a lot of time in the community. He loved life. He wasn't sick. He wasn't ready to die. He was healthy. Even up until the day he died. He had plans. He had lots of plans. He was doing lots of things. He couldn't wait to the things he was doing. And that was also for his family.
Let me shift gears totally with you. You and a couple other fellas gave some money to the defendant in this case, correct?
We did, yes.
What was the total amount you gave her?
It was $511,000.
And how much of that did you get back?
The exact amount we got back, I'm not sure. I think it was probably around 50 or 60. And the reason I don't know is because there at the end, she was trying to send wires, and some would come, some wouldn't come, and some would, so it's somewhere in that area.
Object and have the same continuing objection as in the other situation.
Go ahead, continue, please.
Go ahead, Chris.
And so the exact amount that we got back, I'm not for sure. I think it was probably, like I said, 50 or 60.
Did the three investors, did you give any money to the defendant after Mike died?
No, we did not. We were given the opportunity to reinvest. I mean, so we didn't give any additional money, but the idea to reinvest, I guess you could say we gave her that because we said, whatever, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter. During that time, there was so much stuff coming back and forth. We were trying to figure this out and trying to figure what was one. And so, but there were reinvestment opportunities offered. And
who offered you the reinvestment opportunities?
Natalie.
And that was after Mike died?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you were a strong supporter of the defendant until you found out that things were not what you thought they would, what they appeared to be?
Yeah, I believe that's fair because we trusted her. As my wife testified as well, we trusted her.
Was that trust violated?
Yeah, because, we trusted her with the most precious thing to us, our family, our son, our kid, with respect, because as Jennifer said, she would ask her questions about diabetes and things like that. And so, yeah, that was absolutely violated, even on the day that the way she perpetrated it to Jennifer to even get insulin. And that lie that was perpetrated, and even throughout this trial, attempted to continue to lie about that. And
I'm going to object again because we're not retrying this case because I'm really sorry, but
I think I have to sustain that objection.
And the idea that she was never given, she never kept insulin for our son.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this jury should grant mercy to this defendant?
I think this jury has been here for 3 weeks. And this jury's heard everything they need to know. They don't need my opinion, don't need my thoughts, and you don't need me preaching at you. You know what you know. So with all due respect, I don't have opinion for these folks. I thank you. I know Mike would thank you.
Wow.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Davis, I only have a couple of questions. When was the first time that you and your family met Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran? Just give me a year if you...
I'm going to say 2011 or 2010.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that throughout these years, you and your family and Natalie Cochran and her family became friends? You were neighbors and you were friends.
Absolutely.
And you did a lot of things together, right?
Absolutely.
That included Natalie Cochran, right?
Absolutely.
And well, dinners, maybe some holidays, almost daily you were in some contact with Natalie and Mike, right? Maybe not daily, but...
I mean, to get to your question that you're getting at, we knew these folks very well.
Okay.
Yes, and we're daily contact, whether it was me contacting Mike daily or my wife contacting Natalie daily. Yes, there was friend interaction.
Now, would you agree with me, sir, that throughout those years, you had an opportunity to observe Natalie Cochran's good deeds? She was active in the community. She was involved in sports teams, supplying money for it. She was in Bible school. She was a pharmacist, helping people, giving lectures, etc., etc. Did you have that opportunity before you started realizing that something was awry?
Well, to answer your question directly, you started it out, I would agree with you. I don't agree with you.
Okay, all right.
So now let me further state, I witnessed a lot of deeds, good, bad. The reason that I can't say I agree with you because I can't sit here and say that I believe any of those deeds were done in good, bad, or irrelevant fashion because the truth of the matter is, was it a lie then as it is a lie now? Or was some of it true? Or was some of it false? So we don't agree.
Okay. Mr. Davis, let me ask you this. Did you ever see Natalie being involved in any volunteer work?
We were all involved in volunteer work.
No, please answer my question. Have you ever seen her involved in any volunteer work?
We were all involved in volunteer work.
Your Honor, this is.
All right, please answer the question pertaining to Natalie, if you would, Mr. Davis.
Volunteer work requires you to do that because you're doing it for the benefit of others, and therefore it's hard for me to answer, was it volunteer or not? That's a very subjective question, and although I don't answer it the way you want me to, I can tell you subjectively, was it volunteer? I don't know. But I do know there was activity. I don't know if it was volunteer or not.
Your Honor, I move to strike that answer as non-responsive. Did Natalie ever help people with her pharmaceutical skills?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she ever, maybe you don't agree with me on this, but prior to the events of the federal case, she led a crime-free life, didn't she?
I have no idea. She was committing crimes throughout her life.
Okay. But you have no way of knowing whether she was convicted of any crimes prior to the federal conviction?
I'm unaware if she was ever convicted of any crimes.
Okay. Now, you were also friends, I presume you knew her children, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
Especially her son.
And her parents, I presume also.
I did know them.
Okay. And
she looks back and the son is not there.
Yet you testified against her in federal court. At her sentencing.
Yes, because we were the victims of her Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
And therefore, they requested a victim statement.
Right. And then, were you also her attorney at some point?
I had represented the family on several different occasions.
But after Michael died, you were also with Natalie to obtain some loans as her lawyer, right?
I was not.
No? Okay. But then she filed an ethics complaint against you with the state disciplinary board, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Those are never pleasant.
It was not.
No. Okay.
Are you interested in the outcome?
No, I'm not asking about the outcome.
Because it was dismissed.
Of course it was. And you answered something that I didn't ask, but that's fine.
You're welcome.
Now, and after all of this, after her perhaps good deeds, well, was she, let me ask you one more question. Was she a good mother to her children?
If I believe then what I believed?
No, from your observations.
I mean, if you're asking me, as I sit here today in this chair, do I believe she's a good mother to her children? That's the question you're asking me? Or you asked me, do I believe she was a good mother to her children before?
Mr. Davis, I just asked you whether you observed her being a good mother to her children.
Define good mother.
Did she care for them? Did she provide them with food? Did she have a nice relationship with them? All of this that goes into the definition of a good mother.
I believe, under what I thought before, during those times, yes.
Okay.
But I don't believe that as I sit here and think now.
Because she was conniving financially, she somehow was feeding these children falsely, or what are you testifying to? Because she was doing something
careful. Open question.
That was financially horrible. You're saying you're not sure that she was a good mother to these children from your observation?
I believe exposing your children to what has now occurred and what those folks there affirmed is not a good mother.
Okay. Okay. So, well, I guess from your response to the prosecutor's question, I take it that you're not condemning her to life in prison and to never have a chance to become a person that you knew before the financial scheme, right?
I would not invade the jury's providence to make that decision.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it before, and I won't do it now.
Okay.
They don't need me to give them that decision.
Well, thank you for your sincere answer. Thank you.
Redirect.
You were asked if the defendant performed philanthropic acts. Did you ever see Michael do that?
Absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Michael's character is not the issue here. It's the defendant's character.
Fair point. I'll withdraw that.
All right.
I'll give you the opportunity to address the ethics complaint the defendant filed against you. How did that come to pass?
That's the difference between a mercy trial and a victim's impact statement.
To federal prison, she filed the complaint. It was answered. The evidence was submitted to the state bar, and the state bar dismissed her complaint against me as not being found any evidence to support the same. And it was at that time that, as part of that evidence, the investigation included in that was that this investigation for this case was pending at that time, and there was questions as to whether or not what was really the intent behind it, whether to try to intimidate witnesses or not.
In any event, it didn't work, did it?
It did not.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You may step down.
Ethics complaint to shut him up? To gag him?
Would it be possible to have about a 2-minute recess, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a quick recess for about 5 minutes or so. Please do not discuss the case. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Okay, while they step out for a minute. Oh my goodness. If this were just sentencing, right? If this were just a victim's impact statement, we would hear all about Michael. We would hear all about the good he did. We'd hear all about his family. But this is a mercy trial where the only matter in play is whether or not the jury should grant mercy to her. So it's all her attributes and you know saving graces that get considered, not the loss of the victim, which is crazy. But oh my goodness, Chris Davis brought it. He brought it. I think he connected with the jury, and he didn't tell them what to think. He said, I can tell you how I feel, but I'm not going to tell you what you think. That's all you guys, and I trust you. Oh, my goodness. Mercy phase on the defense side. State's phase is no mercy. Crazy. Favorite witness didn't cut any slack. I like that he even when the judge directed him to answer the question, and he was, Mr. Victor wanted a yes or no. He instead still gave an explanation, which was not a yes or a no. And then Mr. Victor makes an objection, move to strike, and the judge says nothing. Maybe the judge nodded or something, but he no verbal affirmation anywhere. Wayne says, I don't like the mercy trial. I think they should have victim statements. Mercy trial is biased for the defense. The argument on the other side of that is that the victim is not on trial. The person who is on trial is the defendant. In this case, however, every other state at this point, we would probably be hearing victims' impact statements. Very believable witness, that last one, Mr. Davis. The fact that her family is not there speaks volumes to the jury. The convicted defendant, yes, you're right, the convict at this point. She has been adjudicated guilty. She's just not been sentenced at this point. So she is, as she sits right there, she is a murderer. Do they still decide the sentence if they decide they grant mercy? What's going to happen, Sherry, if the jury comes back and says no mercy for Natalie, that means the sentence will be life in prison without the possibility of parole. If they unanimously come back and say yes, mercy for her after X number of years, the minimum they can choose is 15, I believe. They could say after 35 years, after 40 years. I don't know what number they choose with, but after a certain number of years served behind bars, then you're allowed to do that. They might choose a symbolic. They might go with Mike's age. Say after this many years, after 1 year for each year he was alive, then you're eligible for parole. Or they might just say no mercy. So it's the jury's decision, not the judge's here. Mr. Victor is going to be Mr. Victor, and he has been an ardent defender of his client throughout this process. And as much as it grates on my teeth, I love what he's doing. I love that he's defending his client the best he knows how. Don't think the jury chooses the years after 15. It goes to the parole board. Lawyer Lee read the statute. Then I understand it wrong. Lawyer Lee would probably know. She was there in the courtroom. She's got some lawyer experience. I know the minimum is 15 years. And maybe it's just a 15-year possibility after 15 years, but not guaranteed. That would be the parole board. So that's what you're saying, Gabby. Thank you for that correction. I stand corrected. Thank you. Can't believe he got taken for $500,000 and she still tried after Michael's death. The thing is, he thought he was reinvesting. He's like, would you like to roll your earnings back into the company? Which means, so I don't have to pay anything out. There were no earnings to roll back in. It was just we're going to keep holding your money longer. This is the way to stall the time when you think that you should get paid back out. These two trials are wackadoodles. Say my name. They are. Why is she not wearing orange? That's just how they do it here. Every state's a little different. She's also not shackled, even though she's convicted. And they're letting people walk up right behind her instead of, usually you have to walk away so you can't get anywhere close to the defendant. But they're letting people walk behind. I haven't seen anyone actually reach out and like touch her, like pat her on the shoulder or anything. But her mom said the bailiff lets us hug. I'm like, whoa, that's probably a no-no. Can't believe all her family and friends aren't there to listen to the other side. I think it's rude. It's different. It's very different. Oh, good. We have a scam call to take our minds off this. Hello?
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 Good morning. This is Paisley. I'm calling to help you maximize your Medicare plan during the 2025 open enrollment. We have exciting free benefits like grocery savings with food and flex cards, improved vision, hearing, and dental care, plus up to $250 cash back. Do you currently have both Part A and Part B of Medicare?
Paisley, is that you?
I just want to
Paisley?
confirm whether you have both Part A and B of Medicare.
Let me go get my wallet.
Sure, I can hold. Hello?
Hang on. I'm looking for my wallet.
I hear you. We will revisit this conversation at a time that
here it
suits
is.
you better.
Here it is. Oh, she hung up. Robot. Yeah, it was definitely a robot. Oh, man. I just know that, they do pay per minute for some of these calls. So make him pay more. All right. We are still waiting for the break to be over. I don't know if they're going to have any more witnesses. We might hear from Michael's parents. I think we will, but we'll see. Paisley, 100%. That was not Paisley. 100%. I like the name Paisley. I also like the pattern Paisley. I think I have a Paisley tie somewhere. It's like a green Paisley tie. Is that the right word? That little curly Q, not curly Q, but like a teardrop swish. What do you call that? Grandchildren love these calls. Yeah, Mary doesn't call anymore. Mary has not called for a while. Well, actually, it's been a couple days. Like a bandana pattern. Okay. Paisley's flower.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let me get Chris's name off here. He's done. What an amazing witness, though. Both times. Mary is quite contrary. How does her garden grow, though? That's my question. Love the ice fishing trial. That was a fun one. Laurie says, I feel like she should get mercy at some point. I would hate to see her die of a heart attack in jail and have kids go through that too. But the last witness might have sealed no mercy. Here's the problem. The kids is the dilemma. Because you've got the kids who lost their dad, and now in sentencing their mom, even though it's it's twisted and wrong, the kids get punished again. So the bigger the sentence the mom gets, the bigger the punishment for the kids, at least how they see it. Now, some people might say that it would be a punishment to let her back out and, let her, still influence and lead and guide and direct and teach these kids after what she's done. But the kids get a bad rap on this whole deal. Punishes the wrong people. Nurse for God, you did miss the button count. Well, just quick, tell us what your guess would be. Tell us what your guess would be. I'll tell you. We already did the contest, but if you get it right, I'll send you a sticker. $18.50. 1850 is a great number. I aspire to have that many buttons one time at one point, but I only have 1154.
Any matters to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, thank you for the vote.
All right. Are we ready to continue now?
Bob Roberts won the button
Bringing
challenge.
the jury, Deputy Fry.
That's his YouTube name. How much are your stickers? If you send me a self-addressed stamped envelope, I will send you one for free. But if you would like 10 of them, you can buy them at Sticker Mule at our link, and they ship anywhere in the world. I believe for free.
Maybe you better get that verdict form. I think it's on your desk.
Judge sees the light at the end of the tunnel, says go get that verdict form. Bob Roberts is a pseudonym. His real name is different, but he doesn't use it online, so I'm not going to out him. But what he did was I sent him the award, which was equal in value to a year's worth of memberships, and he promptly turned around and donated 10 memberships back to the channel. So it was amazing. Thanks for paying it forward.
All right, we continue, please, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls Tony McCall. McCall.
McCall. The way he drew
I will
that
have
out.
her spell.
Tony. T-O-N-I. A mercy trial is basically a sentencing hearing with victim impact statements, and the witnesses are cross-examined. It's bizarre. I think it's only in West Virginia.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat there.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us who you are, please.
Tony McCall.
And to help our court reporter, would you spell your first and last name, please?
Tonimmccall.
Thank you.
M-C-C-A-L-L.
What was your husband's name?
Curtis McCall.
Okay. And when did he pass?
July of 2015.
What did he die of?
Leukemia.
Okay. How old was he at the time?
58.
The two of you had some children?
We have 3 children.
3?
3.
What's the mix between boys and girls?
2 boys and 1 girl.
And they are all adults now?
Yes.
Okay. If I could have these two marked as states 1 and 2, please.
All right.
We get exhibits.
Doesn't matter which order you
It doesn't matter which order. Some of the best things this attorney has said has been mumbling to the court recorder there. Court clerk. Here's things for fact checking the witness.
Nathan 1 and 2. Same. Call hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1 and ask you to take a look at that. You recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
That was the fake scholarship that my son received.
And in fact, I handed what's been marked for identification as State 2. Is that the actual document he received? Or
Yes.
One similar to that?
Yes.
You said fake scholarship. Tell us about that, please.
Natalie called me one day, and she said that she was doing a scholarship in Mike's memory, and that she was giving one to Dylan because she knew that Mike would want him to have it.
Can you put a time frame on when that happened?
Let's see. My son graduated in 2019, and it was probably, it was before they do the program for the kids that got scholarships at the school, which is closer to the end of the year. So this is probably February, March of 2019. March, April, maybe? I don't remember.
Could have been May?
It could have been.
Okay.
It could have been.
It's a while back.
Okay.
Now, Stage 2, that's actually what your son received, correct?
Yes, but it was big. It was about this big.
Okay.
It was pretty.
Yeah, very pretty.
It was.
Graphically done. Did Dylan ever get any of that money from the scholarship?
No.
Let me shift gears on you a little bit. Your other son's name, what's his name?
His name is Landon Cash, but we call him Cash.
Cash. What kind of relationship did Cash have with Michael Cochran?
He loved Mike. He met Michael in April, after the year after Curtis passed, so in 2016. Michael immediately took Cash in like one of his own. The whole family did. It was wonderful. You know, I didn't have another father figure for Dylan, but for Cash, I had no worries. Michael was so good to him.
I'm going to object. Again, we're not talking today about Michael Cochran's character. We're talking about my client. I object.
Could the state respond to that?
Sure.
We're not really talking about Michael's character. We're talking about the loss that this witness and her family experienced because of Michael Cochran being murdered.
The objection's overruled. You may continue.
Go ahead, Ms. McCall.
Cash, that was baseball of that year, was when, you know, he got on Mike's team, and it was a wonderful experience. I mean, Cash loved Michael like a father. He was 9 years old when Curtis passed away, and he was 13 when Mike passed away. Cash has said that losing Mike was like losing his father all over again. He was devastated. He still has a really hard time talking about it.
Your Honor, we move States 1 and 2 into evidence, and with that, we have no additional questions this way.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, States 1 and 2 are admitted into evidence. Cross-examination.
Ms. McCall, when was the scholarship offered?
The 2019.
Okay. In the spring of 2019?
Yes.
And when was it supposed to be received? For the fall?
Yes. Yes.
Well, did you know, ma'am, that on June the 23rd of 2019, the government froze all of my client's assets and she couldn't give you any scholarship whatsoever. Did you know that, yes or no? Yes or no?
There's not a yes or no answer.
Well, did you know, or do you know?
Then I'll have to say no, because I didn't know that. It was hearsay.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything?
No questions from the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCall. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman.
I wonder what her background is, that she
Sir,
understands.
the state calls Ed Bolt to the stand.
May we remove the exhibit?
Oh, sure.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a
The
seat.
government froze the assets because they were not hers.
All right, Ms. Akers.
Froze them.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Ed Bolt, E-D-B-O-L-T.
And do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was married to my stepson, Michael. She's my daughter-in-law.
And before Michael passed away, what was your relationship like with the defendant?
We love Natalie. We just thought of her as a daughter.
And just yes or no,
Who's vacuuming?
do you believe that this jury should grant her mercy in this matter?
No.
And why is that?
Well, I have a statement.
Are those notes that you have done yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you go ahead.
That'll maybe answer some of that question if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Today I stand before everyone, a man filled with grief, pain, bitterness, and anxiety. My name is Ed Bolt. I am Michael Cochran's stepfather. The grief that I feel is when I look out our window at the deer stand that Michael had put up at our house after one day of helping me do a lot of demolition work. He put the deer stand up and then he installed a trail camera so he could do some bow hunting. He was really excited. How are we to know that Michael would never set foot in it again? I often go there now. I have put in a memorial bench there and keep that site clear to brush so we can just sit under that big oak tree and reflect on what could have been. The pain of no more birthday wishes, Christmas holidays, listening to his plans for the future, all taken away. Michael was always up for the challenges, always wanting to accomplish so much, whether it was starting his own businesses, ambitions to become a pilot, entering tough man contest, or just doing DIY projects around his home. February 11th, 2025 will be 6 years since Michael's murder. A cold-blooded, calculated, unremorseful murder. Michael's murder has been referred to as a diabolical act of evil. I miss him. I miss, hey buddy, what's going on? What are you up to? Seems like a small thing, but it's the small things that I cherish most. I think of Michael every day. Where there is life, there is hope. Michael was full of life. When you hear the saying, live your life to the fullest, that image of Michael would be beside of it. Michael was a husband, a father, a son-in-law, a coach, a mentor, a hunter, a fisherman, and a lover of life. He had a tireless work ethic, always willing to help at any time. But most importantly, Michael had integrity. I've used these words, had and was, several times in describing Michael.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt. May I have, again, continuous objection to this line of statements? Question and answer.
Continue, please, Mr. Bolt.
Thank you. Why? It's because Michael is no longer with us. Michael died a horrible death, tormented and tortured and deceived by his wife. Where there is life, there is hope. Michael was full of life, but wasn't given any hope. This became very clear in Michael's hospital room. There was full of a lot of people. The nursing staff was going to remove the ventilator tube from Michael. Prior to this, the preacher says, it won't be long now. What did he mean? Where was his hope? We had hope. The nursing staff went to work. All tubes removed. Michael was breathing on his own. Praise God, praise God. You should have seen the look on his wife's face. Not of joy, but of disbelief. It was very painful for his mother, who had become overwhelmed with emotion. She was told to leave the room by this preacher because he said she was being disruptive. This is her son. Evil has many faces, shapes, and images. Evil must be held accountable. Natalie Cochran must be held accountable. Life in prison for a premeditated murder may seem fair, but what I think is just would be to take a rope over here to the courthouse, throw it over the branch of that big oak tree.
Mr. Bolt, I think we should call this out there.
All right.
Yes, I agree.
So let's just send her to jail. Remove her from society. Let the state take care of her. From jail, she will not be able to harm anyone ever again. Should I continue to be bitter and let it consume me? Will a life sentence in prison be enough? This is where the anxiety rises up in me. This diabolical plan has now been brought to light. There is no amount of justice that will bring Michael back. Yes, I have written this victim's impact statement, but I'm not the victim. Michael is. Can you believe that this is the second impact statement that I've had to write about the evil, the lies and deception caused by this worker of manipulation? Natalie Cochran is the face of evil. It appears all to be good on the outside, but what lies on the inside is pure evil. She is in federal prison now doing time where she deceived and lied to Donna and I about her financial scheme, stole money from us and other victims in this community.
I object to any more litigation of money and laundering and financial schemes.
Overruled. Continue, Mr. Bolt.
Natalie Cochran has never, ever shown any remorse, never asking for any forgiveness, or even said she is sorry. Evil is around us every day. We must stay aware. Was Michael aware of the evil all around him? Evil raised her ugly head and took Michael's life. This was an evil act which took place, and not the will of God. God never wills evil. Your Honor, don't let another person get hurt. Don't let another family go through this. Don't give Natalie Cochran any satisfaction. Nothing short of life in prison with no mercy this would be justice for Michael. And in closing, I'd like to dedicate this statement to Michael. I would like to thank the prosecutor and his team, the investigators for exposing this evil, and to Your Honor for remaining on this case. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Here we go.
When did you become Michael's stepfather?
1990, Dawn and I were married in 1990, August the 20th of 1990. Michael was about 8 years old. Yeah.
Okay. Is it true, sir, that throughout your marriage to Ms. Bolt, Michael did not have any contact with you for about 6 or 7 years in 2000s? Is that true or not?
About?
Yes or no?
No, I would say that's a correct statement.
Well, he always lived with you, both of you?
Yes, until he started college.
Okay. Is it true that for the last 10 years of his life, he saw you maybe, you and your wife, he saw you only during the holidays?
Well, we saw each other during the holidays for sure, and I'm sure there was times in between.
Well, why wasn't he with you 24/7 other than being in college when he was already working?
Well, Michael grew up. That's what you do. You nurture a child along, you get them out on their feet, and hope that you've done the right thing and made a path for them.
Did he show up for Christmas of 2018?
2018, no.
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 Was he there for Thanksgiving 2018?
No, we usually had Thanksgiving at Michael and Natalie's house.
Yeah.
So he was probably there if we had Thanksgiving there.
Sir, would it be fair to say that all that vengeance is mine attitude is based upon your very limited relationship with Michael because he did not really care to be in your house?
I would say that's an inaccurate statement.
Okay. That's all I have.
Ms. Aker?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Bolt, who was the reason that Michael didn't have such close contact with you towards the end of his life?
Well, Donna and Natalie would always text. I mean, they arranged everything. And Donna would tell me that Natalie would say, well, Michael's not feeling well, he's not doing very good, and we would just leave it at that.
So the source was the defendant?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
So now we are learning that you didn't have such a great relationship, but it's of course Natalie Cochran's fault, right?
I would say that's a true statement, yes.
Right. And yet you're coming here asking for justice, as you call it, against this evil, acting like you've had this wonderful relationship with the man who was doing all these wonderful things around your house. And I'm sorry, sir, but you didn't, did you?
Well, I could point to these shoes that I'm wearing here now. Michael bought me
I don't
these
care
shoes.
about your shoes, sir.
Okay.
Tell me what
I think we had a very good relationship, being that I wasn't like his father. I was his stepfather.
And yet you're asking this jury to give her no mercy.
Yes.
Even though you claim to be, well, I take it, very religious person.
Well, I'm not so much a religious person. I wouldn't put that handle on myself.
And you don't believe in power of forgiveness and second chances, do you?
Sure.
Sure. All right, that's all.
Anything, Ms. Ayden?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolt. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please.
This is crazy.
Your Honor, the state calls Donna Bolt to the stand.
I see a roll of gaff tape up by the court recorder. Gaff tape costs about $30 per roll.
And we do have a couple of demonstrative exhibits for this witness.
Okay. If you'll raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You may have a seat right there.
I object to this, Your Honor. This is to inflame the jury.
Your Honor, these are pictures of Michael Cochran while he was alive. If anything was inflammatory, it was photos of his autopsy shown during the trial.
Has not been introduced in the evidence. We have absolutely no reason to bring these exhibits to court. I move to remove them.
These are demonstrative exhibits, Your Honor. They don't need to be moved into evidence.
No, they are only here to inflame the jury. Nothing.
I don't think I can permit these to be displayed. I'm fearful that the prejudicial value would outweigh any probative intent, and they haven't been admitted, and I think that they need to be taken down.
Yes, Your Honor.
So quickly, let's take a look while we can.
Of course, the jury can unsee what the jury saw, Your Honor, but I ask
for a mistrial,
at least for an instruction to disregard these.
All right, members of the jury, I've disallowed these photographs, blown up pictures to be considered, so you should disregard them, please. You may proceed now, Ms. Akers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Donna Bolt, D-O-N-N-A-B-O-L-T. I'm Michael Cochran's mother.
And in saying that, how do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Natalie Cochran was my daughter-in-law, and we loved her very much. She was married to Michael for almost 19 years.
Could you briefly just explain for the jury what sort of relationship you had with the defendant before Michael passed away?
When they got married, well, she knows this. Michael went off to WVU to go to college in 1999. She was supposed to went to Concord, but she changed her major and went to WVU. Michael Brandon and I went up to Morgantown several times to find him a place to live. I didn't want him to live on campus. So we found a mobile home for him to live in it's like an elderly care mobile home park. And Michael had a 1988 Jeep that he was driving back and forth. And so when he went to school up there, he was going up there to play baseball. But what had happened was that he changed his major a few times, and I guess finally at the end he decided he wanted to be an information technology major, and that was running cable wire, computer wiring, and that he went to school for 4 years up there. Natalie, she followed him up there. She was supposed to have been staying in the dorm, but next thing I knew, they were kind of cohabitating in the mobile home, and that wasn't supposed to happen. That was not the plan. So what had happened, every time we went up to go see Michael, he would say, "Mom," he said, "you can't come up this weekend." He said, "Natalie's family's up here. They're going to ball games." So we didn't get to come up. And a lot of times when we did get to come up, Natalie would head back home to Daniels, to her family's home. So, we bought this trailer for Michael to go, to live in while he was in school. And let's see, in the fall of 1999, we paid for Michael's first year of school, fall and spring. And in November of 1999...
I'm sorry, but the witness is rambling right now. There is no rhyme or reason to this story, and all of this history of the familiar relationship is irrelevant.
Well, I think that she is setting forth a timeline, and I'll permit it for the purpose of this hearing. You can continue.
Thank you,
Ms.
sir.
Bolt.
In November of 1999, I received a phone call from Natalie. She was at the mobile home in Morgantown, and she said, guess what? I said, what? She said, well, Michael and I got engaged. I said, what? She said, yeah. She said, are you mad? I said, no, let me speak to Michael. And Michael got on the phone, and I said, Michael Brandon, what in the world are you doing?
Uh-oh, middle name is
You're not
trouble.
even 19 years old yet. So that right there kind of caused friction between Natalie and me. It wasn't I didn't like her. They were too young, and I wanted them to wait.
Later in life, did you have a more positive relationship with the defendant?
We did, but I'd like to explain a little bit about, when they got married. They got married in May of 2020. Now, what had happened before that May of 2020, Natalie Cochran came...
First of all, it's a non-responsive answer. Second of all, I think we've laid enough background here. This is a sentencing phase. This is not a history of the Cochran family, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I object to this.
We can go ahead and move on.
All right, please move on.
I do have a statement that I would like to read.
We'll get there,
Okay.
Do you believe that this defendant deserves mercy in this matter?
I do not.
Can you tell the jury why you believe she doesn't deserve mercy?
Because she didn't give Michael any mercy. She let him lay on the floor for hours and hours at the home. She let him lay on the couch, and she never got him any help. When he did go to Raleigh General Hospital, they put him on the ventilator and stuck items in his arms.
I'm going to object. We're trying the case, and this witness has no personal knowledge of this.
No, I'll permit it. Overruled. Go ahead.
And then from Raleigh General, she texts me at 10:30 that night, sends me pictures of Michael Brandon. Can I hold him up?
Okay, just hold on.
Okay.
Is that the first time that you found out that Michael was sick?
Yes, 10:30 that night. It was on a Wednesday night, February 6th. She said, this is how I found him. Found him in the floor in the kitchen of their home. And then she sent me another picture, and he was on the ventilator at Raleigh General Hospital. And he had tubes all in him, and like I said, on the ventilator. She sent me another picture as the Jane Care ambulance is transporting him from one bed to their stretcher to take him on to CAMC. And then later on that night, she sent me another picture of Michael Brandon in the ICU at CAMC on the ventilator. Now, I want you to understand, Natalie Cochran, she texted me. She said, they won't let you come down. She said, they won't let you in at CAMC. She said, only me. She said, but I'll keep you updated. She would, throughout the night, I would text her. Couldn't go to sleep. I would text her, what's his vital signs? What's his blood work? She finally, the next morning, I was able to get up there. But on my way up there, she stopped me and texted me and told me, she said she needed a phone charger for her phone. And then she told me, she sent me to the wrong hospital. She sent me to, there's 2 CAMC. She sent me to the other one. And then finally, I was able to get there on time. When I walked in, Michael Brandon was on the ventilator, laying in his hospital bed. Natalie Cochran was there. I was with her all day long that day. And that evening, that afternoon, she sat over in the corner on her laptop and on her cell phone while I was at Michael's bed, at the head of his bed. She sent me government contracts to my cell phone. And then, she even made a comment that day. She said, I gave him a bath last night, and I pinched his balls as hard as I could, and he didn't even respond. And then I heard her say one more thing for that day. She said, I let him lay on the couch for 7 hours. And I screamed at her. I said, 7 hours? What do you mean you let him lay on the couch for 7 hours?
So what about the loss of your son caused by this defendant leads you to believe that she does not deserve mercy?
Well, she's going to say that we never had a relationship with Michael Brandon. But she's wrong. She's a liar. we'd all the time go down there. Michael Brandon would come up to the house, and we would do things together, even before he even got with her. Michael Brandon and I had a really good relationship. We had a close bond. When he married her, she started pulling him away. She wouldn't let us come around or anything. And then she would, like I said, you've heard family vacations with her side of the family. She wouldn't, she never involved us. She never wanted Michael or her to be around anybody on our side of the family.
Is there anything else that you think this jury needs to hear before they make their decision?
Yes, I do. On Saturday, this was he went to the hospital on February the 6th, which was a Wednesday. Okay, on Saturday, February the 9th, she had everybody around the room, and she said that, they're going to pull the ET tube, or the ventilation tube. And they pulled the tube. She thought he was going to die right away. He did not die. He was breathing on his own. Later on that evening, it was myself, my husband Eddie, and Michael's dad, Mike. And Natalie was there by Michael's bed. And I was at Michael's head. And the little young male nurse came in. And he started doing it's what's called a Glasgow coma scale to see if Michael will react. And see, I'm a retired nurse, so I know this. He would take a lab tube, and he pushed on Michael's finger.
I object to all that medical testing. I really do. This is nothing, has nothing to do with the sentencing, nothing to do with her feelings. This is the description to inflame the jury.
I'm going to permit it. This is not technical medical testimony. It's what this witness observed. You can continue, Ms. Bolt.
Thank you, sir. So the young male nurse, like I said, he was pushing on Michael's fingernail. And then he pushed on Michael's toenail. And Michael jerked his arm and his leg back. Then he went around to Michael's other side where I was standing, and he rubbed his finger, his fist into Michael's chest like a sternal rub. And Michael Brandon raised up out of the bed, and he opened up his eyes. Now, if you look over at Natalie Cochran, instead of being so happy, she looked horrified. Her mouth dropped over.
Any of this. The witness has no personal knowledge of any of this.
I absolutely do.
She was present, and these are her observations, and I think it's pertinent.
Wow.
The court will overrule the objection, and I'll give the defense a running objection and preserve all exceptions. You may continue, Ms. Bolt.
I was there. I saw it. And what Natalie did after that, we were so happy. We were just thanking God, because I kept telling Michael, I know you're in there. I know you're in there. And then he opened up his eyes. And what the male nurse did next is he walked around the bed and went over to Natalie. And he whispered in her ear, I have to chart this. And Natalie shook her head, yes. Later on that morning, we were so happy. We were going home thinking Michael was going to get another MRI, because that was what, if there was any changes, he was supposed to get another MRI of his brain. So we were so happy. And about mid-morning, Natalie texted me, and she had moved him to another room. She had moved him out of the ICU into just a regular, ordinary room. And we couldn't understand that. The next day, this was Sunday the 10th of February of 2019. And we were on our way down there. Natalie told us not to come. She said she was going to take him to hospice house. And we couldn't understand that, because he should have had another MRI because he had a change in his status. So what had happened now was that we waited all day, and Natalie kept saying, the ambulance is coming, the ambulance is coming. And what happened then was Natalie, about 8 o'clock that evening, we waited all day for Natalie to get Michael to hospice house. And 8 o'clock that evening, the preacher, Sam Green from Bible Baptist Church, called us and said that Michael had arrived at the hospice house to come now. It won't be long. So we rushed to the hospice house to see Michael Brandon. Michael Brandon's, his breathing status had changed. They had given him something at CAMC before he traveled there.
Hang on a second. May I approach the witness?
Certainly.
My what? It's 8 pages. Can I read some of it? Well, I told a lot of it.
Let me ask you what that is, Ms. Bolt. Is that your victim's impact
It
statement?
sure is, sir.
Okay. Is there some way you can summarize that? I heard you say it was 8 pages.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a lot to say.
That's all right. I don't mean to cut you off at all, but in the interest of time and efficiency, is there some way you could perhaps focus upon the aspect of the defendant's character?
Yes, sir. When she put Michael Brandon in hospice house and we went in to see him, he had already turned ashen gray. The nurse was coming in every 15 minutes giving him medicine, one medicine after the other. We were crying. Natalie was over there. It'll be okay. He died at 12:18 a.m. on Monday morning, February the 11th. 2 days later, Natalie had a funeral for Michael Brandon. We would ask if we could have this person or that person to come. She would tell us no. So on the day of the funeral, the only ones that were allowed to come was myself and my husband Eddie and Michael's dad from Michael Brandon. That's all she would allow to come.
Ms. Bolt, I know that you have a statement that you've written, and as the judge said, we know that it's rather long.
Yes.
Could you just summarize that for us, especially with regard to the defendant's character and why you think she doesn't deserve mercy?
Yeah. After Michael died, we tried, we had suspicions and we tried not to, do anything because we wanted a relationship with our grandkids. In June of 2019, Nicole, she wouldn't respond to me anymore. And MAC, in August of 2019, he sent me a text and he said, "Don't bother me anymore. I'm going to block you. You don't love us anymore. We know that now." So we haven't had any relationship with Michael's kids since June and August of 2019. After Michael died, after Michael was murdered, Natalie Cochran, like I said, sent me contracts while I was standing at Michael's bedside in February. In February the 22nd and the 24th and 28th, she sent me text messages. She said they are state contracts. She said they have affidavits. This was a total of 3 contracts for an amount of $28,000. She said because they have affidavits, she said they will pay you, I guarantee.
Your Honor, I hate to object, and I know that I have a continuing objection, but this is not a summary of what the court asked the witness to do. This is a continuing history of day by day of what has happened. I object to it strenuously.
All right. Perhaps, Ms. Bolt, you can kind of relate things and focus upon character issues. And you can take a minute to review your statement. I see that it's typewritten and it's pretty lengthy. So perhaps you can just pick out some portions that relate directly to the defendant's character.
Okay. Can I go now?
Yes, ma'am.
Since Michael's murder, Natalie Cochran's evil and sinister deeds have caused overwhelming damage and wrought on our lives and so many good and decent lives. Lives that will forever cast a shadow of sadness. Michael Brandon was my only son, and I loved him and so adored him. I struggle every day. I struggle every day to make sense of what has no answers. The murder of my son is crushing, and yet I must try and move forward to honor his memory. Today, as we approach 6 years since Michael's murder, February 11th, 2019, we as a family have had to endure the glacial process of prosecuting Natalie Page Cochran for murdering our Michael Brandon while we also mourn his death. To this day, this vile being has showed no remorse, none whatsoever. Natalie Cochran and her family have never said they were sorry. We have no choice but to watch in the courtroom with repulsion as she smiles and banters with her family and friends, just like she doesn't have a care in the world. I was shocked to hear the testimony that Natalie's parents only lost $76,000 and her sister Penny only lost about $50,000. She stole $250,000 from us. And she stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from her other victims as well. We, along with our family and friends, have sat quietly and graciously and painfully watched and listened as Michael's good name has been murdered time and time again by those who publicly defend this murderer. Think of the horrific invasion of Michael's and our dignity and privacy. At what point and at what time do we seek sleeping at night? Is Michael Brandon resting in peace? I don't think so. We, as Michael Brandon's mom and stepdad, we respectfully ask this court, in the memory of our beloved and precious son, Michael Brandon Cochran, to delay for as long as judicially allowed the day that this cold-blooded murderer once again walks among us. In a pure world, light should never shine on that day. Evil, for reasons only evil knows, took it upon herself to steal from us and the world. We take comfort as best we can in believing our Michael, our beautiful, intelligent, kind-hearted Michael, is waiting for us in God's heavenly mansion in the air. We ask this court that Natalie Cochran be sentenced to life in the state prison for the rest of her natural life, with no pardon, no mercy, and no deals. This evil, narcissistic sociopath intentionally and knowingly pre-planned and committed first-degree premeditated murder, stealing the life of our son, Michael Brandon Cochran, at the young age of 38. To the court, Natalie Cochran will speak at her sentencing today because she has to have the last word. The simple truth is that while growing up, and even as an adult, this spoiled, evil, narcissistic murderer had seldom, if ever, been denied this which she wanted. The word no was not spoken or heard of in her world. She will try to blame my precious son Michael for her evilness and deceit. Natalie may even shed a tear or two, but we have now come to know that every word coming out of Natalie Cochran's mouth will just be another lie, and her tears will be fake tears trying to get sympathy from your court. Natalie is going to use Michael's children to get sympathy here today. She tried to do that with their testimonies during the trial. Judge, please don't fall for her con. That's what Natalie does. She only cares about herself. She will use, abuse, and manipulate anyone to get in her way. But we know the real Natalie Cochran, the thief, the liar, the taker of life, and the doer of evil deeds. I was told that Natalie Cochran was telling the community that we didn't raise Michael Brandon, that he was raised by his grandparents. That's just another lie. Michael Brandon even told Natalie in his presence and in my presence at a funeral, "Don't you ever put me in hospice." Michael had seen his grandfather, as his adopted grandfather whom he loved, H.B. Lewis, suffer that way. But what did she do? She went against his wishes and put him in hospice. This has been a very long and traumatic process for us. With all of the court delays and continuances, we have never given up, and we have been Michael Brandon's advocate and his voice. We have been waiting almost 6 years for justice for Michael. Throughout these 6 years, we have had to just sit back and be silent while Natalie gives newspaper and media interviews about my precious son Michael and her statements about what happened on February 6, 2019, and the incidences leading up to his death. The media will not try this case. All of the evidence and the proven facts and her conviction are enough to sentence Natalie Cochran to life in prison with no mercy. We've kept quiet as Natalie continues to blame Michael for her evilness that did not stop even after his death. While my son lay in the hospital on the ventilator, Natalie Cochran texted me government contracts on my phone. believing and trusting her because she was our beloved daughter-in-law and because we loved her. Natalie manipulated us once again. Michael is not here to defend himself, but we are here. We are standing up for him and speaking for Michael and ourselves and asking the court for justice. We ask that you please, please, no mercy. She never gave Michael any mercy.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go.
I just have one or two questions. Ms. Bolt, you testified that you were not allowed in the ICU.
She told me that I could not come.
Okay. Did you know that there was only one person allowed in the ICU?
I could have come and stayed in the waiting room.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you whether you knew that there was only one person allowed in the ICU.
I don't believe that, sir.
No, that's not my question, what you believe, ma'am. My question is whether you knew that there was only one person allowed in the ICU.
It always comes from Natalie. No, you can't come.
Ma'am, did you know that there was only one person allowed at the ICU?
That's not true, Mr.
Your Honor.
That's not true, sir.
I asked a simple question.
Wait till he asks the question. Pose the question again, please, Mr.
Did you know that there was only one person allowed in the ICU? Yes or no, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Now, did you know that your son had a living will to go to the hospice and be taken off life support? Did you know that or not?
I know he said he never wanted to go to hospice.
Did you know that? Or no?
Did he tell you that, Natalie?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. The witness is addressing my client. I object to this, and I would like an answer.
All right, pose the question again, and then try to answer the question, please, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, did you know that Michael had a living will to go to hospice and be taken off life support if need be?
No.
No, okay. Now, you testified that you haven't seen your grandchildren, right? For, what, 5 years?
They wouldn't have anything to do with us.
I didn't ask you that, ma'am. I just asked you whether you testified that you haven't seen your children since 2019.
The grandchildren.
Grandchildren, I'm sorry. Grandchildren since 2019, all right?
June and August of 2019.
Okay.
They stopped responding.
Okay. What kind of contact did you try to have with them?
Tried to text them and they blocked us.
Okay. How frequently did you text them, ma'am?
When you get blocked, sir, you don't go around them. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
Prior to being blocked, ma'am.
Prior to being blocked, we had a lot of relationships with them.
Okay.
After Michael died, we were trying to keep a good relationship with them.
And so you're telling us that all of a sudden these two children, who in 2019 were relatively young, all of a sudden stopped communicating with you by blocking you?
Yes.
All right. And you attributed to Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Who prohibited them from having any contact with you?
Yes, what they've been told.
Okay, what they've been told. You have absolutely no clue what she told them, do you?
You don't either.
Ma'am, Your Honor.
Just please, Ms. Bolt.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
You have no clue what she told them, do you? Do you?
I can pretty much guess.
You don't know.
I'm not going to answer that yes or no, sir.
Your Honor.
Please answer it yes or no. It's a relatively simple question,
Okay.
Ms. Bolt.
So you asked me. Ask it again, sir.
Whether you, Your Honor, I'll withdraw this question.
All right.
That's all I want.
Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bolt.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman.
The last witness the state will call is Robert Heinzman.
Okay.
Wow. Holy cow.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat.
right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Remind us who you are, please.
Robert Heinzman. I was one of the two investigators on this case. I did the financial crimes investigation primarily.
And you're being called here today to discuss from your investigation the issues of character of the defendant, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Tell the jury from your investigation what you can enlighten them about concerning the defendant.
I'm going to object and ask that we approach the bench on this one.
Okay.
This trial, this phase of this trial, has become one of the spiciest and most surprising, most powerful, heart-wrenching trials we've watched in a long time. Michael's mom, Donna Bolt, I'm reading in chat that she was the one that was not allowed to testify. She was excluded because she had been watching testimony or something. She had listened to something she wasn't supposed to. If she was allowed to give the testimony that she gave during this mercy trial phase, that was powerful. That's firsthand witness of some things that I think would have closed the loop for me. That was incredible. The way Natalie acted in the hospital. Yeah. Love the fact that you got him to withdraw the question. Yeah, what is strange here is that they've called the lead investigator in the mercy trial phase for character evidence when all he's seen. I would actually be surprised if the judge rules in favor of the prosecution here. But let's see what he does here. Consult the client. Michael's mom seems to think that we're going to actually hear from Natalie in this phase, which would be interesting. You just pile that on all the other circumstantial. Yeah. Mom answered all the missing pieces. She did, and a lot of what she did would not be admissible in court. It would be very difficult to get some of that in, but some of what she saw would have, and I think it would have. Yeah, it would have been quite impactful. Missy, I thought this was going to be short. I thought we'd be here an hour max.
All right, continue, please, Mr. Truman.
I'm surprised. It's allowed.
Trooper Heinzman, the focus here of an investigation was concerning the financial aspect, but you did work on the Norder case too, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell the jury what you know about the fake scholarship.
The scholarships that we located during our analysis of records and through our investigation, they were issued at two different locations. One was at Shady Spring High School, and the second location was Independence High School. Those were issued on about May 4th and then May 7th. The second one on May 7th, on about May 7th, that was actually at Independence High School, and in that particular instance, Natalie Cochran called Donna and Eddie Bolt and asked them to take her there to Independence High School to present that scholarship or those scholarships. What was unique about the scholarships in general.
Object on another ground, and we again need to approach the bench on something completely different this time.
Okay.
Oops, I clicked too many times. We're up at 32 now. Michael Jordan's magic number. Another object. Or I wonder about these scholarships. There's been a lot of testimony that they were supposed to pay out in the fall. I wonder if they were literally, told that they were pay out a lot sooner. Is that what they're going for here? They were going to be cash awards at that time, or? Pin the witness. Okay. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. By the way, big shout out to my mods who are working like crazy. Every time we get to the end of the trial, we have a lot of new people here, and chat gets a little crazy. They don't know that we're a pretty respectful bunch for the most part, and ask that everyone be respectful. So the mods are.
All right, continue, Mr. Truman.
Thank you.
Thank you for everybody.
Stage 1 for purposes of this phase of the trial. What is that?
That is a list of all the scholarships that were issued. Some of those were at Shady Spring, and the others were at Independence High School.
And this is after Michael Cochran's death, correct?
It was after Michael Cochran's death. It was the unique timing of the issuance of these scholarships came after Natalie Cochran had been contacted by law enforcement, particularly Lieutenant Bledsoe. So she knew at this point there was an investigation into Michael's death, as well as into her the financial doings of the business that she purported to run. So these were actually issued after that.
At the time of the search warrant, officers seized a number of things, including documents, correct?
That's correct.
Did one of them involve the potential sale of the business TSG?
Yes, there were documents suggesting that.
From the documents that you seized under the federal search warrant, what were the terms of that, of the sale?
To put it in context, we executed the search warrant on June 25th of 2019. I was not on scene at the search warrant. Lieutenant Bledsoe called me and said they had discovered some documents, and he asked...
Now I'm going to object on hearsay grounds, and second of all, I'm going to object perhaps differently on the relevance ground. What does that have to do with the sentencing of the defendant at this point?
We're going to get to that.
Well, Lieutenant Bledsoe is here, I see. If we need for him to testify, he can. And presumably, Mr. Truman will get to the point described. So let's go forward. I'll overrule the objection. Continue, Mr. Truman.
The business was to be sold based upon documents seized under the search warrant.
Natalie Cochran was attempting to sell off this business at that time.
What was the gross price for the business sale?
She was attempting to sell the business for $4.9 million to a local businessman.
And a local businessman, did they do anything to further the sale?
Yes.
A deposit, that kind
yes.
of? Yes. Tell us about that.
This entire thing occurred over a 6-day period prior to the execution of the search warrant.
Wow.
Her and this individual had met and agreed on, and he agreed on buying a partnership interest of this business. And she contacted him a day after, 1 to 2 days afterwards, and said that she needed a deposit placed on his purchase interest, a $50,000 deposit. And he wired her $50,000 the day before the search warrant was executed.
49% of the business that the purchaser was buying, what kind of assets was the purchaser purchasing?
This buyer was led to believe he was buying a 49% interest in the business, and assets that had been described to him that were associated with the business. He had been told that there was a fleet of vehicles, that there was an airplane that was an asset of the vehicle, and other business assets that they had at that time, the business location on Eisenhower Drive, and any other assets associated with the business.
Essentially, what was this business worth?
The business did have assets. As I described before, the business on paper was real. They had a building that was bought for business purposes. So it was not worth $4.9 million. It would have been worth whatever the building and any true assets that did not have any liabilities or debts owed on those assets. That's what it would have been. So it would have been I don't want to place a number, but well under $50,000 that he paid as a deposit on the business.
Did that sale go through?
No, it did not.
Tell us why.
I received a phone call to verify if I had uncovered any documents relating to the sale of this business. And I said no. My side of the investigative team was out doing interviews of witnesses and investors. I drove to this business person's house to speak with them and see if what the nature of this business transaction was. And I spoke with him over the phone, and he explained to me that he had been contacted by Natalie Cochran approximately 7 days prior, and told him that she believed that, or she had been told that he was interested in buying the business, and then she facilitated that transaction.
So the $4.9 million deal that never got fully executed, what time frame are we talking about?
This was June 25th, 2019, when I made contact and told this individual not to wire any more money to her.
And that's because why?
Because we had determined at that point that the business was fraudulent, the contracts were fraudulent, there was no money, there was nothing for him to purchase.
And that was a substantial time after Michael Cochran's murder, correct?
That is correct. That is conduct that continued on after his death.
That's all the questions the state has.
All right, cross-examination.
Mr. Heinzman, would you agree with me, sir, that the sum total of your testimony is that after Michael Cochran's death, the defendant, Ms. Cochran, was committing the acts of fraud?
She continued the fraud after his death, yes.
Haven't we established that already?
Yes.
That she was a fraud? Have we?
I believe we have, yes.
And we have conceded that. True?
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
What does your testimony add to what the jury already doesn't know?
We didn't specifically talk about post-death conduct, and we're talking about her character and the fact that she continued to deceive people following the death of Mr. Cochran, which is a character trait.
Right. And based on that, you were asking the jury not to give her mercy.
I am rendering no opinion in any regard regarding that. I'm just describing her post-death conduct.
So you're just describing that in vacuum. Yes, she's a fraud, right?
She's a fraud, yes.
She's a fraud. That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
State has no further questions and no further witnesses.
Well, Judge, I'm going to move to strike this entire testimony based on my previously expressed objection, and the objection that this testimony adds absolutely nothing to the sentencing phase of this case.
No, I think it does. I think it is relevant as to character. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll preserve your exception.
Judge, may I have one more objection on,
sure.
on the balance of 401 and 403?
All right. Upon performing the balance provided by Rule 403 of the Rules of Evidence, the court determines that the probative value outweighs the prejudicial nature of the testimony, and the court will allow it to stand. You may step down, Mr. Heinzman.
Yeah.
Okay, so now defense gets the last word.
You say the state has completed its case, Mr. Truman?
Yeah, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is there rebuttal, Mr. Victor, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
Very well.
She's looking at papers. Is she going to talk?
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
No.
All right. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence for this penalty phase. I'm going to send you shortly into your jury room so that the attorneys and I can settle on some matters.
Your Honor, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but we would request a closing argument or statement?
Oh, yes. I'm going to afford you a closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to send you into your jury room so that we can discuss some matters and line out things for you. We are not yet to the deliberation phase or stage of this part of the case, so please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You can go with the bailiff to your jury room now.
Okay, of all the days to watch trial and miss, today was the one that you didn't want to. This has been absolutely incredible. She had notes, and it looks like she made the decision not to testify at the last minute, possibly because her stepmom, or, well, no, her mother-in-law,
All
beat her
right,
to the punch.
what I wanted to do is see if the defense has any instructions to offer. I have an instruction that has been provided by the state. It's unnumbered. It simply is titled Penalty Phase Instruction, 3 paragraphs. I've touched on this earlier. It seems to set forth very simply and straightforwardly the situation that the jury is dealing with pertaining to the recommendation of parole eligibility or the recommendation of no parole eligibility. I see that there is one correction that we'll have to make, and it's at the end of the second paragraph that ends in 4, F-O-R period. There seems to be something that is missing. Do you see that, Mr. Truman?
I do, and that's the one additional word should be
Parole.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
All right, if you'll see Mr. Truman's instruction, and you'll look at the bottom of the second paragraph that ends and never be eligible for, period, we should put the word parole in there. It'd be good if your scrivener could do that, Mr. Truman,
support.
because it would match up. We can type it in or retype it or something.
We'll take care of that.
Okay, we just need that word added. Again, does the defense have any instructions to submit?
Rona, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Very well. I have received a proposed verdict form from Mr. Truman. Last night, I looked up the recommended form that has been circulated and provided to courts. It's similar to Mr. Truman's submission, but it's a little bit different. I'm going to ask my law clerk to make copies of both of these, and I really don't care which one we use because both of them are very similar, but I'll let counsel examine them and determine which verdict form is suggested.
We can just look at them if you'd like.
Okay.
It's like we can do that now. So we've got a poll up right now about how you feel the jury's going to vote on the issue of mercy, whether there's mercy, which means a chance of parole after 15 years, no mercy, which means no chance of parole, or a hung jury, which would mean they would have to redo this phase of the trial with a new jury.
Yeah, I think this is for a unified trial, isn't it?
Shouldn't be.
It's like he used the wrong form, Judge. Because it looks like it's a landslide on this, I'm going to go ahead and close that poll out. We've got one more poll to consider, and that is how long the jury is going to take to deliberate to make that decision. Now, keep in mind, during the trial, which went, a couple weeks, the jury deliberated for 1 hour and 50 minutes to find her guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated. So keep that in mind when we vote on the next poll, but because I think it will be a relatively quick decision. Let's see. All right, it looks like we've got about 90%, 89% now. Let me close out the poll. With 673 votes, 88% said no mercy, 8% said mercy, with 3% saying it was going to be a hung jury. This has been emotionally powerful and charged this entire day. Wow, this has been wild. I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of how West Virginia does this portion of the trial. The idea that someone gives an impact statement and is then cross-examined. Oh, it's like rubbing salt in the wound. And every state does it differently. This is how West Virginia, through their legal systems, determines they want to proceed. But get your client up here to make a decision. She has to be there if they're making a decision that's impactful on the trial. Bailiff steps up, says, "I'm just here for moral support." It was awful and it was powerful at the same time. It's some of the things I think needed to be said. It sounds like there's a lot of family members who were victims here that just never had a voice until today. And it's been 6 years of never having a voice until today. They're talking about the amount of time they're going to spend in closings, whether it's going to be bifurcated. Defense gets the last word. Okay, so now the state might go first. Defense goes last with no rebuttal. 1 minute warnings. Okay. Okay, so we're about to take a break. We'll let the judge come back and tell us. Man. Bifurcated, divided between two. I think we're in a break. So now that we've heard everything that the state had to offer, it looks like it is 5 minutes right now. So the break starts right now. Now that we've heard everything that the state has to offer in this phase of the trial, I want to go back and talk about why her family left, why they were not there. And I think it was probably, this is my gut feel, based on what I've heard throughout this trial about what I feel, what I observed, whether I felt that people were coached and told what to think or say. I think it was probably her idea to have them not be there. That's my gut feel. Because people that had been shunned and silenced would be able to speak quite freely. And that might be problematic. I think this was another effort to separate the parties in the same way that you might see in the Ponzi scheme, so that player A doesn't know what's going on with player B, and there's always all the information has to go through the middle. I think that's the feel I get when I watched that, when I saw that everybody was gone. And I wonder what were they told? What was the justification? Or maybe it's something they've been told for a long time leading up to this. But I'd be curious to hear if it was Natalie's idea on that portion. Anyway, if you got a different feel, if you took that differently, let me know. This has been wild. All right, the burner phone's on. If somebody has some insight to share, so we can let you make a call. But we only have a couple minutes, so you would have to be very quick. Statements have concluded from family and friends on both sides. Closing arguments will be given by prosecution and defense. I don't know how long they have to speak each, but when they do, it sounds like if what I could hear over the microphone, which was not muted, was right, is the prosecution goes first and gives their entire argument, closing, and then the defense goes last and gets to be the last word before the jury goes and deliberates, which is also how it's done in West Virginia for this portion. Man. Did anyone speak the wanted mercy for Mary? Yes. Before lunch, we had a lot of testimony. I think we had a couple after as well, didn't we? But we had her parents. We had was it her aunt? Her niece, her 2 children, family, friends. Spoke. It was, and they were quite. The difference is stark between the two sides as they testified in the stories they told. It's well worth rewatching. This is a powerful one. I think it will be made into a movie. There is so much here, and there's so much behind. There's so much that people who we have just heard little bits of know, that I think that story deserves to be told as well. What are you going to do about the trial on hold? We're going to have to catch up tomorrow, which means we can't work too late tonight because we have the podcast that starts at 8 o'clock. We'll go to the jury today. I believe it will. I believe we'll come back from the jury today. She didn't want her kids to hear the other side of the story. They only know what their mom told them. Okay, yeah. So the fact that the kids... where they had a relationship, the kids texted and said, we basically don't want it to, we're blocking you. I don't think Natalie could have done that without the kids' knowledge. I mean, she could have used their phones and done it, but I don't know, that's like the next level of low. And I'm not going to accuse her of that, but man, Kathy, it's been a crazy one today. It's been crazy. I said I was going to monitor it and see how it went, and you guys, complained quite vocally, so we came over here. And plus, it helps that the fact that the case that we're following does not let us see any of the evidence, which makes it a little harder to follow. So that helped make the decision. The fact that they wouldn't let the photos of him stay up is awful. I think the judge made the right decision there, and that's consistent with what we've seen in some other courts. I would say mix. It's probably 50-50, and that's a lot of why we'll hear people complain at the end of the trial. It's like, hey, you're forgetting the victim in this case, and why don't we mention the victim, or why don't they get let's see the victim's picture, and in those basically the court's not doing it because in that state, it's viewed as more prejudicial than probative. So that sort of image is not allowed. So I think the judge made the right decision. I find it funny that he took like 35 seconds to make that decision, all the while the pictures were up facing the jury. So he could have just said sustained. Instead, he dragged it out. And then he told the jury to disregard. So I don't think he liked making that decision, but it was the right one. Oh, man. Love to know what Mrs. R.A. thinks. Where's Mrs. R.A.? We always enjoy her thoughts when we get to this part of the trial. honey. I don't know if she's upstairs or in the front room. She's online, I can tell you that much. It was his way of being fair. I think there were a couple objections when the state first started presenting their evidence in this phase of the trial, that every time they'd basically mention Michael, there would be an objection, and it was sustained by the judge. And finally, the state says, can we respond? And they give a response that I think should have worked for the initial objections as well. And the judge says, knowing that response, yes, I'm going to allow it. And from then on, it was allowed throughout the trial, to some extent. I wish that the state had responded to the initial objection, because those first witnesses didn't get to say their piece that others did. But glad they got in. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? You're fine. Do you want a microphone? If you hand me a plug, I'll plug it in so you can hear. I'll just stretch this cord over everything. Okay, testing. Is that too loud?
No, that's good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. R.A. is here. What's your questions for her? Wait. First of all, Kelly Work says, anyone else game on a super chat marathon for RA and the awesome work? Let's do this. 4 more buttons.
No more buttons.
Kelly, thank you. Greatest has a question. Question for Mrs. R.A. How do you do it?
Oh, that's broad. How do I do what?
That thing you do.
Oh, well, today it looked mostly like sleeping in and having breakfast at 10. We all got to do our thing.
I'm glad, because he just brought me breakfast, and that was awesome. Well, my son did, actually, but I think you cooked it. Gabby for Justice says there were transcripts of the federal sentencing. The statements were similar. She knew what was coming. She gave a statement there and blamed Michael.
Okay, so I have not watched this, at all. I've seen so little of it. I've only seen the closings of the Mercy thing, which is, seriously misnamed based on what I watched.
Yeah. This is a surprise. We've never seen a trial like this that has this phase the way West Virginia does it. Sorry.
Yeah, so having not seen any of it, I'm still in the camp of, whoa, innocent until proven guilty.
Oh, she's guilty.
Right, but I don't know. Tell me summarize, yeah? What's this all about?
In West Virginia, in first-degree murder cases, just in first-degree murder cases, if the jury finds them guilty, you then go into a mercy phase where the jury can say, yes, we found you guilty, but we believe you deserve mercy. Mercy, in this case, means that you will be eligible for parole. If the jury says no mercy, then you're not eligible. It's not a parole board that decides sometime down the road. It's the jury that decides right then, there at the trial.
Oh, my goodness.
So they're making that decision. That's the only decision they have to make in this. That's the outcome of whatever we've heard today will be, that's what it is. Kathy says, thanks to Gabby, Lawyer Lee has the impact statement on her channel. That is awesome. That is awesome. The impact statement is the 8 pages. That's cool. A to Z, great idea, Kelly. Thanks, R.A. Thank you, guys. A to Z, appreciate it. Kathy, A to Z, Kelly, everybody. Appreciate the support. Natalie also says, shout out to all the good Natalies in chat. The good girls, not the bad girls, right? Lots of good Natalies.
Okay, but from what tiny little bit that I have seen, it's like we're talking about fraud the whole time. And it seems to me like she's guilty of fraud, and we can all agree on that. But I am not hearing very much about...
There you are. I was covering you with a button. I didn't notice. You're not hearing very much about buttons.
About what she's just been found guilty of. I can't remember which words we can say online and not.
The murder.
Okay, yeah. We're not hearing very much about the murder.
That's because this is not the guilt innocence phase for that part. That was decided separately.
Wait, okay, so this is the guilt. So what?
This is just...
Isn't this about murder? I mean, why are they talking about fraud?
Well, they've already determined she's guilty. She has been adjudicated guilty, found guilty, and then they have this next, which is it's a sentencing phase.
Right.
But West Virginia calls it the mercy phase.
Right.
Where her character is basically being judged. Does she deserve mercy or not?
And everything they've got on her character has to do with fraud.
That's a lot of it. But they also brought up a lot of, how she treated her in-laws, how she alienated them from Michael, and from the kids. And, the fraud continued after his death, so that was a big part of it as well. Jules04, thank you very much for the super sticker. Thank you. Ari's house has a banned word list. Yes, we do. Hang on. I think we're coming back. Are you able to hear this? Can you hear that?
No.
Sorry.
All right, I see we're missing Mr. Victor.
He'll be right back, I think.
Okay.
He took a call during court? Mr. Victor has an urgent call.
Your Honor, while Mr. Victor is out, is it all right if I step out right in front of the door?
Sure.
Thank you.
And now the other defense attorney's leaving.
Here he is.
I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, so there won't be any misunderstanding. What I intend to do is to read the one-page instruction that the state has provided, and then I will allow closing arguments. The state will go forward first. 20 minutes will be allowed with a 1-minute warning. Then the defense will follow. 20 minutes allowed with a 2-minute warning. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bring in the jury.
So I was listening to Mrs. Ari. Tell me again the split. 20 minutes. Somebody break that down for me really quickly. 40 minutes left. 20 minutes each with warnings at the intervals that each side wanted. I think that's how it breaks down. So we've got 40 more spicy minutes. And let's see, on the objection count, we are currently at 35. See how much higher that goes. Still no family there. Wonder if they're watching. I wonder how many of them went and watched online. Said, okay, I won't be there, but I'm curious. What actually is happening there? Cameraman operating the computer and the camera at the same time. He's multi-talented. We are 5 witnesses behind in the Collin Griffith trial, where we paused earlier today. Means tomorrow we have to do time 1.25 speed pretty much the whole day to catch up. Oh, Serenity, you're in for us. Well, you don't know this because you won't see it until it's done, but you're in for a doozy of a show.
Members of the jury, you have heard all of the evidence concerning this phase of the case. And so now it is my duty to read to you the court's instruction. Happily for you and me both, it's a one-pager. Yeah. So instead of 20 pages, I will only be reading 1 page of instructions to you, and there should be no moaning or groaning about it. And so if you will listen up now, please. Members of the jury, you have previously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed first-degree murder and delivered this as your verdict. Now you are asked whether to make a recommendation of parole eligibility. If you recommend parole eligibility, the defendant may be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. This does not mean that the defendant will be released in 15 years, but after that time, a parole board will be able to evaluate the defendant's situation and decide whether it is in the best interests of both the defendant and the state of West Virginia for her to be released from prison. If the defendant is released on parole, she will still be subject to the rules and supervision of the parole board. If you do not recommend parole eligibility, the defendant will receive a life sentence and never be eligible for parole. As with all other aspects of your verdict, you must unanimously agree regarding your recommendation for parole eligibility. All right, now we will hear remarks from the attorneys. Each side will present these remarks. Again, we're switching things up a little bit, and I'm going to allow the state to go forward first. Then you will hear from defense counsel. All right, Ms. Akert.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you wish for us to set up the podium?
No, it's fine, Your Honor. I can just stand.
All right.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you all are tired. I know this has been, it seems like the longest trial ever. We're tired too. We're all ready to wrap this up, so I'm going to try to keep this as short as I can. And I just took down a couple of key quotes from testimony that you heard today, just things I want to talk about. One of the biggest ones to me was Chris Davis said to you, "We trusted her." And that has been ongoing testimony that you've heard. People trusted this woman. They trusted her to be a good person. They trusted her to be a good friend. They trusted her not to kill her husband. You heard her son say, it's not just her life that you're deciding on. And that's true, it's not. This decision will affect a number of people's lives. But she decided Michael's life. She herself made the decision to take away his life. And you've seen just a small number of the people that were affected by that decision. It has rippled throughout this community. She has ruined lives. She has taken away a son. She has taken away a father. And they want to tell you, the defense would have you believe that this woman is a good mother, and she took away her children's father. You decided that. Something that I do want to talk about that's been touched on a little bit, defense has been saying that 15 years from now, the defendant will be parole eligible if you decide to give her mercy. And that could be true. There's a matter of concurrent versus consecutive sentencing, and that's not something for you all to decide. That will be up to the judge. But you know that she is currently serving a federal sentence. If she is granted mercy and her sentence runs concurrently, that is with her federal sentence, she might only serve a couple of years, 3 or 4, for Michael's death. She will be serving the rest of that time for her federal sentence already. She will already be in prison for that if it runs concurrently. And again, that's not something you decide, but just think about that when you're considering mercy. The defense wants you to think that this woman, who is now a convicted first-degree murderer, is the nicest, most community-minded, murdering fraud that you could ever meet. Mercy for her would be a disservice to Michael and to everyone that loved Michael. She stole in more ways than one. They've admitted to you multiple times. It has been hammered home on both sides. She stole money from people, a lot of money, we know that. But she also stole a friend. She stole a father. She stole a son. Money can be replaced, but people can't. Michael can never be replaced. He can never see the people that he loved again, and they can never see him again. And the reason why is sitting right there in that chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with this. Just another quote from Chris Davis earlier today. Before I ask you to give this woman life in prison without mercy, I thank you, and I know that Mike would thank you.
She used just under 4 minutes of the 20 that she was allotted. Mr. Selden probably going to be a little more verbose. Interested if he faces the judge.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am here on Natalie Cochran's behalf, not just to ask that you give her mercy, but to beg for it. I am asking you to allow Natalie Cochran the possibility that she might get out of prison before she dies. And I think you should know that her federal sentence and the amount of time she has to do in the federal system will be increased by her conviction of first-degree murder. It affects the amount of time she has to serve. She isn't given credit for any good time in the federal system. That's taken away. So it will increase the time she has to do in the federal penitentiary.
I didn't follow that.
She will have to do a minimum of 15 years in the West Virginia prison system. And that has to do with when the order from this court and this judge goes through. West Virginia law says she must do a minimum of 15 years before she's eligible for parole. I'm not going to confuse you with how that relates to the federal time, etc. I'm not an expert on that. I'm just telling you, West Virginia law says she must do 15 years from the date the order is entered before she's eligible for parole.
So she would
That's the
serve
law in West Virginia.
the 11 for the fraud and then a handful for the murder to make up the difference.
She will be punished. That's an absolute. She might be in jail 15 years, 20 years, 25 or more. She's only eligible for parole 15 years from when the order is entered. Nobody could predict when she might actually be paroled if you give her mercy. She's 44 years old now. With the minimum amount of time for parole, she will be close to 60 years old.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We have to object for this. That is just blatantly not true. He doesn't know. There's no way to predict the effective sentence date until this court pronounces sentence, and the jury is being misled by that.
I didn't say I could predict it.
You said 15 years from the date this order is entered. That is absolutely not correct.
All right, I think we should move on from this aspect, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. So, I also want you to bear in mind, Natalie Cochran is not a well person. She has a severe heart condition where she has to have an implant in her chest to assist in her heart function.
Outpatient surgery.
She's had 4 surgeries related to that. The care in the prison system is simply not good. You heard about that. You heard from her mother about her conditions. If a prisoner gets care for a condition, it takes a long time to even get the adequate care, if at all. They have to arrange for transport, they have to arrange for appointments with doctors. Care's not good.
Do they have to wait 7 hours after they pass out to just get treatment?
And I don't care what you heard or the impressions, etc. Before the Ponzi scheme and Michael Cochran's death, she was a good mother. She was also generous to friends, family, the community. She was generous in her time. She was generous in money. You heard all the testimony about her volunteer work, etc. You heard that. For her time in prison, she can be rehabilitated. You heard about her time in prison, how she got women to get their GEDs. There was biblical counseling. She authored a book. She's been doing good things in prison. Her time in prison could change her, could make her a better person, certainly make her regret what has occurred as far as Michael Cochran's death. She can, hopefully, if you'll allow her, come out of prison and be a productive member of society again. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Prior to the Ponzi scheme and Michael's death, as I said, she was a good mother. Allowing her to at least have the opportunity for parole by granting her mercy. She could be a mother to her children again. They've been deprived of their father, and it was her mother's fault. That was your finding. That's not in dispute. But you heard from her children. You heard from family members. She would have the opportunity to assist them in life again. She could be there for careers and weddings, etc. And we understand Michael will not be there. She took that away. Nobody's disputing that. We're just asking for her children's and family's sake to let her re-enter their lives. We understand by her actions, Michael can't do that. Nobody disputes that. You've heard the state's presentation of Natalie Cochran's character, etc. I would submit to you they're merely relitigating the case. The case is over. You found Natalie Cochran guilty of murdering her husband. This is just all more stuff to cloud all this, to get these people's testimony as to how they think the testimony should have been, what they wanted you to hear. We're done with that part of the case. We're done. You decided Natalie Cochran murdered her husband. We're done. You heard in particular Donna Bolt's recitation, all of the factors she interpreted. She wanted you to hear what she wanted the case to be, which it wasn't. She wanted to tell you her version of the case, not what was testified to in court. We understand she's Michael Cochran's mother. She is beyond upset that Natalie Cochran has been found to have murdered her son. We understand that. But her narrative of the entire history of Natalie and Michael's marriage, their time together, she says all of those problems were due to Natalie. Well, that's simply not true. She had a part in it. She had some faults in the problems that were caused by
Natalie,
her actions with and for the Cochran's family.
So it's possible the state may go again because they only used 5 minutes. They might have 20. I thought defense was going to finish.
You heard from the stepfather, Edward Bolt. He had no real relationship with Michael Cochran for a very long time. He wasn't invited to holiday gatherings. You heard the testimony about that. And that's not Natalie Cochran's fault. It's because he and Michael just didn't get along for whatever reasons. It was Michael Cochran's choice and Edward Bolt's choice. It wasn't Natalie's doing. You heard Mr. Heinzman's testimony. I'd submit to you he had nothing to add about Natalie Cochran's character or anything related to it. He's trying to infer because of the Ponzi scheme, etc. She's a bad person. Okay, she is a bad person. You found her guilty of murdering her husband. All the other stuff about the Ponzi scheme and the finances, etc. She was a fraud. That's been conceded. She's been sentenced to federal prison because of it.
The defense got the last word in the testimony phase, and she chose not to testify. I think the prosecution might get the last word in the closing argument.
One consideration that nobody has mentioned, nobody's talked about, and which I think you should at least consider is the cost to you and me and every other person in this courtroom who is a taxpayer. At last inquiry by me, which was a few years ago, I actually inquired, well, what the heck does it cost to keep someone in prison for a year? I was told about $40,000 a year.
Do we do
if Natalie Cochran
GoFundMe
is
or what?
In prison for the 15 years that we've been talking about. That's $600,000 to you and me and the taxpayers. That's who ultimately has to pay for someone being in prison.
Maybe Natalie could get some investors to help cover it.
Let's talk about Natalie Cochran's life expectancy. She's in prison for the rest of her life, and granted, this is just an estimate, but if she's 44 years old now, and she's in prison for approximately 40 years for the rest of her life, that is $1.6 million that you and I and the taxpayers have to pay for.
I think there's a family and friends
Get
plan
her
that
out
covers
of
that.
prison with the minimum amount of time for Michael's murder. Get her out. Let her get a job. Let her start paying taxes again. Let her start contributing to all of these costs and relieve the burden on you, me, and every other West Virginia and U.S. taxpayer.
This may actually be an effective argument.
Don't punish us for Natalie's crime. I'm asking you to soften your hearts and harden your pocketbook.
West Virginia has a lot of poverty. The
I'm
land was
begging
raided
you
and people that remain.
to grant Natalie Cochran mercy, not for Natalie, but for her children, for her family and relatives, and for society, the cost to us. She'll be punished, and punished severely. Let's give her the opportunity, possibly, to get out of prison while she's still alive and can hopefully contribute to society again. Thank you.
So she might pay taxes argument.
Members of the jury,
Never seen that
you
used
have
before.
reached the stage of this penalty phase whereby you will be ushered to your jury room to deliberate upon this verdict. Procedurally, this will not be foreign to you because you understand the drill. You've been through this before. You have a jury foreperson that has already been selected, Ms. Rich. When you do reach your verdict, Ms. Rich should fill out this verdict form. It's a one-page form. It's very simple. Ms. Rich should sign it as foreperson of the jury and date it.
We outed her earlier.
And of course, it must reflect your own true verdict. Then I'll ask the foreperson to hold on to the verdict form as you come into the courtroom. The bailiff will retrieve it from you and deliver it to me to be read out in open court. Again, you know the process. You are familiar with it. Let me ask you this, as I asked you yesterday. It is almost 4 o'clock. I'll be happy to send you into your jury room so that you can commence your deliberations on this issue. Or if you wish to come back in the morning when you are fresh, you can come back at 9 o'clock and commence at that time. And perhaps it would be useful for you to confer and see if you wish to start tonight or come back in the morning.
They're all looking at each other. Stay.
Everyone
It
says
was
that
almost
you wish
immediate.
to stay.
Stay.
And so that's certainly fine with the
That's
court.
because we can get
How
it done
many
tonight.
exhibits do we have to, Madam Clerk?
2 only from the state, 0 from the defendant.
All right, if you'll gather those together, I have the instruction, ladies and gentlemen, that I read to you
and then the verdict form will be on the very top of the exhibits. All right, when you reach your verdict, please flip on the light. The bailiff will be waiting attentively for that sign, and that will let us know that you have arrived at a verdict. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room and commence your deliberations.
All right, we're going to wait till the door closes because I think that's when they're going to commence. Nurse for God says, Ari, you have great insight, such knowledge. We appreciate your dedication for us. Thank you, Nurse for God. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity as well. We have a poll up right now as far as how long they'll deliberate. I'm starting the timer right now.
All right, please do not wander too far away from the courtroom. It appears that this may not take too awfully long, and as soon as we receive the verdict, it will be announced appropriately.
The judge
Are
can
there
read
any
the jury.
matters that we need to put on the record before that time?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna stand by and watch. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on social media as well as we wait for this to reach its I would say logical conclusion. Of all the arguments you could make for your client to get mercy, think of the taxpayer was not the one I would have gone with. That was just that seems like a stretch. It literally it's the same argument that could be made for any other inmate. Does your client really not have any? Does your client really not have any saving grace that might be worth mentioning to the jury to consider, other than think of the taxpayer? Us poor West Virginia folk, and West Virginia has some issues with poverty. They do. They have some terrible poverty in that area. They also have some very wealthy people, and the mix in between as well. So I'm not sure if he was looking at the jury and just assuming, basically, like, hey, the money angle might connect with these folks better than like hey, she could still be a good mom again one day. Richard Chambers, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. And, Nurse for God, gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you as well. We have a call coming in. Let's see who it is.
Call from Kaylee Rose.
Kaylee Rose, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. What a wild day.
I know it. This is just, it's been unbelievable. I'm going to work on this computer while you talk for a minute. I'm going to try to get the timer in place of where we had the objection counter. But what's on your mind?
Well, I don't think any of us are really advocating for her to get mercy here, but I think if I were her defense team, the argument that I would make would be, listen, she did all of this good. You can hear that her family raised her to do good. And she actually continued to do some good even while she was also committing these crimes. And so by sending her to prison, but giving her a chance at parole, you are allowing her the chance to be rehabilitated and she can go back to being good. I don't personally believe that argument, but I think it's the stronger argument than, hey, you don't want to pay for her to sit there forever, do you? It's like, yeah, actually, I don't mind.
What? I would argue that her own family, in talking, made the argument for her to stay in prison. That she's like a natural prison ministry person, and how else better to do that than from on the inside, where she's already done some good things that I think should count to her credit. Writing the book, the little journaling thing, that's awesome. Taking part in the programs, counseling, teaching people, that's awesome. That's good. But teaching someone how to make coffee at a Starbucks does not, balance out the premeditated murder, in my book.
No, certainly not. And I don't think the jury or anyone in our chat would be strong advocates for her to get the possibility of parole for all those reasons. But I just think, hey, she was doing good. She has continued to do good. And so she lost her way. but she can be rehabilitated, is the stronger argument. I was definitely thinking a lot about Sarah Boone and how the couple of people that came to her sort of defense in the sentencing phase were saying the same thing. Oh, she leads prayer groups and things of that nature. And like, as a religious person myself, I think that's hopefully great. Like, hopefully that's coming from a genuine place within those individuals.
Yeah.
And, but ultimately I'm like, no, you can continue to just do good in prison. That would definitely be my vote. But I just think the defense made some odd arguments that were not as compelling as maybe they could have been.
I would say I've liked her defense. And Kaylee, thank you very much for your input. I'm not sure if you want to talk about this topic either, so feel free if you want to drop off. But I've liked Mr. Victor's defense because he's so forceful that he's fighting for his client. I like that. I would rather see Mr. Victor in his obnoxious way fighting for his client than an attorney who just sits there like a bump on a log and doesn't object when he should, and doesn't get up and at least try to make an argument and try to do the best he can for his client. I've liked that. But go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead. I was just losing you, so I didn't realize you were still going.
I was going to say, her two attorneys are terrible at that last stage of the trial, at the mercy phase. Mr. Victor obviously could not be the guy that does the questioning and elicits the emotional responses. Okay, his bedside manner is terrible, and Mr. Selden is arguably worse. But he went with him anyway. All Mr. Selden could do was say, "Slow down, slow down, slow down," and I think that really did hurt Natalie, because I think the people that were sharing their testimony during that phase could have made more of a connection with the jury if her attorneys hadn't been interrupting and trying to steer it and say this and wait, just say it slower and wait, and I'm going to go there later, don't talk about that. It really chopped it up into pieces, and I think it made it hard for the jury to connect. But okay, so what were your thoughts again?
Yeah, I definitely agree that we want to see defendants, even really, really guilty ones, have zealous advocates, because we want justice to be served, and they need a chance at whatever defense they can muster for us to feel good about that. I personally don't think that Mr. Victor's tactics are respectable. We've seen some low blows and some kind of ugly punches, I think. And so I think that's where people... Yeah, I think that's where, I'm all for like stand up and be animated and object and all that. That's fine. I could do without so many speaking objections and his righteous indignation and outrage. I'm like, whoa.
The little snide comments.
We can make legal objections without being like, this is completely inappropriate. It's like, well, I mean,
there was also a little bit of
let's rein it in.
Good for thee, but not for me. Where he would object when the state was doing something or the witness was doing something, but he would do the same thing himself. So there was a little bit of that. Kaylee Rose, thank you very much. I'm glad you were able to share your opinion here. And what did you vote on the verdict time? Do you think they're waiting outside the judge's door right now?
I initially said 30 minutes to an hour, but now I'm not so sure with how eager they all were to stay. So I think we might see less than that.
Yeah. Awesome. Kaylee, thank you so much. Love talking to you. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye. All right. We are 8 minutes in. Let's see where we're at here. Melpoy says, tell hubby Greg to pipe down. Greg, keep it down, would you? Keep it down. Mel's trying to listen. How'd I do, Mel? Is that all right? Is that all right? Thank you. Let's see. From across the pond.
Call from Angela.
Angela, hello. How are you doing this afternoon or evening for you?
Hello. I'm doing evening. I'm doing good. You?
I'm doing well.
Well,
this has been a crazy day.
Yeah. Well, for once, I am happy that jury said they are going to come back today, because I won't be able to watch it tomorrow because I have some other commitments tomorrow. Ooh. So, yay. We will find out. So I am going to be on the rewatch crew tomorrow. I'm saying that in advance. So I made again a huge mistake, and that is I don't know if it's a mistake by me, but I was out in public place when mother was testifying earlier. Michael's mother.
Yeah. That was
a great idea.
That was fiery. Oh my goodness. And she was excluded from testimony because she had been watching court when she wasn't supposed to. That's my understanding. That's why she didn't testify in the main trial. I am sure she wanted to, but couldn't. And how fortunate for Natalie. I mean, it didn't really work out for her in that case, but that would have been just slam dunk testimony. She was there and witnessed some things that I think were quite pertinent to the deciding factor that I think for me changed my opinion. That could go to that does push up beyond just 51% for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, to be honest, that picture. I didn't until someone commented. I don't remember who, but someone commented something. Then it like light turned on. That we heard trial and picture of him lying on the floor. It's like it just came back to that picture. Like she took picture of him instead of helping him, calling the ambulance, even if just to check. For ambulance to come in and check on him, she just took a picture and just went on with her day. That was like...
You'll never guess where Michael is right now. He's on the kitchen floor. Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah. That was crazy. And the fact that so many of her friends that testified that they were upset. They were hurt. Financially, they were hurt badly. Okay, many of her friends lost a lot. But the ones that were hurt the most they were like, look, we're hurt that she took Michael away, but we're hurt that she used us in her plan. That I was the one that she's like, oh, it's okay, I've got a nurse here, as if she's receiving, advice and following the advice of a medical professional. When her friends come over and say, look, he needs help, you need to get help, this is what you should do. And then she leaves. It's like, it's okay. She was here. She used people, like even in her plan, she used them, and that's just low.
And manipulated her kids and everyone. Like that's sick. Also, I have friends that are. I'm not a person who goes to gym and takes supplements. I'm like, I almost did not pass. Full disclosure, I almost did not pass PE in 9th grade. But so I am that bad.
I think all of us almost didn't pass PE in 9th grade. Okay, go on. You're not the bodybuilder type, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I'm avoiding gym, whatever you want to compare
January 2nd.
Whatever you guys are. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I also do not take supplements. That goes with whatever people do take. That goes with, when they go to gym. But I know people who does that, who goes to gym, are like there every day and take supplements. And supplements can be anything from not energy drink, but sports drink to protein drinks to everything and anything in between. Even vitamins, certain vitamins that can boost up. Help you when you train.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen people
my neighbor
cut lawn clippings. They mix up this green, looks like lawnmower clippings in there and drink that. People drink weird stuff for supplements. But go on.
My neighbor, she went to a nutritionist and she started something with grass to do.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's the name.
Grass. I think it's grass clippings.
She drinks it.
Wheatgrass.
Yeah,
okay, wheatgrass.
Probably the same.
Same thing.
Wheatgrass. And she does not. You can make a protein shake, but she hates the taste of that, so she takes it as a pill. So because you can take it as a pill as well. So yeah, I mean, it can be just because he takes pills doesn't mean it's illegal. It can be everything and anything that you can buy in like local grocery store or whatever, So I think that, he took pills, that can be very broad.
Yeah.
You know.
I originally gave quite a bit of latitude to that, saying if he did take a lot of pills, and there was a testimony that was taking like 30 or 40 a day, it's like I can't rule out that those were something that caused this. Now I feel that I can rule that out. I feel more so that there was clearly a plan that involved him not waking up after that day. And with the testimony of his mom and testifying about her, the look of horror on her face, the shock when he did show signs of life and start waking up. That's like, nope, that's...
Also, how many of, speaking of her testimony of his mom, how many of us have watched Grey's Anatomy and any other medical drama on TV?
Does MASH
we
count?
know what she's talking about. Does what?
Does MASH count? It's an older army.
I haven't watched, so probably does.
It's an army medical tent type.
Probably.
Yes. Okay, it's
so
old.
We have seen at least a scene where some doctor has done that, what she described. I mean, who hasn't watched a great some version of medical drama? Without, there are like a million medical dramas on TV, you know. So yeah. Well, that was everything from me, and I do hope that jury comes back as soon as possible, because we have that other trial to come up, and I really do not want to smash together 3 days of replay.
It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Most of tomorrow is going to be high-speed watching. But Angela, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this one.
Yes.
We'll see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. We're still waiting. I'm going to just check the Twitter web, the X feed, and see if we're getting anything from the court to see if we got any updates. Okay. Hang on, somebody sent me. Brianne, I've got to look on what you sent me in just a minute. Got another call first, so let's take that one.
Call from Allison.
Hey, Allison. This is R.A. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? I appreciate you covering this. It is pretty bizarro, crazy world. I just want to make a few comments that I'm sure have been said many times. I don't understand why the defense attorneys, or she thought the defense attorneys, I mean, they totally did not help her at all. Other than maybe she thought she was going to go down with a fight with the attitude. That's the only thing I could think of, because I don't know how they helped her. That it was crazy, even with the last part.
They're public defenders.
But
so she didn't really.
She can choose, right?
Not a public defender. They get assigned. I don't know if she chose and then they stuck on as assigned. But I think they were assigned to her case. There was one point during the trial where they made a point of that. Say, are you aware that this is a public defender? That we are public defenders, and that the bills for all the experts are paid for by the tax system. Talk about there's some savings there.
Well, that is a little understanding, but I cannot. I've never seen anything like that. And then the other thing is the state was driving me crazy for not objecting, because even to just a few minutes ago, the attorney was testifying for whatever the parents not having a relationship.
Leading, testifying, the snide remarks, it had to get egregious for the state to wake up and say anything. And that it's been that way throughout the trial.
I think they had a point. I think their point was turn off the jury, but they were turning me off by not objecting. I was like yelling, going, "What? Testifying!" It was crazy.
If the jury's experienced, they might say, "Why aren't there objections?" But if they're not, this might have just been like, "Look, these guys are abrasive, they're caustic. We're going to let them do their thing, and the jury will hate them at the end of this trial." And that could have been a strategy.
With the, on cross, that was even worse. I mean, I understand, like, maybe the state's witnesses that were in law enforcement, but, but my other quick point is, I forgot it already. It's just blowing me away. Well, compared to like Adam Lally and Kieran Reed, and every court's different and judge is different. And if you watched a little bit of the YSL trial, I mean, the judge even allowing it to go on is bonkers. It's just bonkers. That objection. It was. I almost took it against, had something against the state for not objecting, because I felt like a lot of that shouldn't have come in. She didn't testify, and her lawyers testified for her, literally, to the end. But that's all I had. I'll let other people talk.
I agree. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate
Bye.
it. We'll see you. I do feel that that the judge in this case was not just fair, but even leaning a little bit on the side of caution to prevent an appeal issue, and kept things out that I thought maybe might have come in. But the lack of objections, the judge is the referee, right? But this is not like a referee in basketball where they look for a foul and blow the whistle as soon as they see something. In court, if there's a foul, you sort of have to call it out and say, hey, that was a foul. And then the referee steps in, looks at the replay, and says, you're right, that was a problem, or no, that was not. Oh, Ricky's on the phone.
Ricky Watson.
Mr. Ricky, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you, kind sir?
I'm doing just fabulous.
Oh, I just thought I'd put my 2 cents on that Chris feller that did his little deal for Michael.
Okay. Yeah, his friend.
You know, yes. And I saw the look and everything in his face. And I'm like, gosh, dog, I know exactly how he feels. When me and my ex-wife were moving from one residence to another, I had one of my best friends helping us move. We filled his truck up, we filled my truck up, and we were headed off to the new place. Well, we passed right by the high school here in Plainview, Texas. And the band hall was facing like the north side, and he had a seizure.
Oh man!
And he ran straight up right where the band hall is, and there's a pole there, and it knocked the left side of his skull to the right side all the way. So I understand how Chris felt about everything.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
You know, I was right there in back of him, and I saw everything. And of course, we didn't have cell phones like we do now.
Yeah.
So I had to go find a phone just to call,
call for help.
911. But yeah, that I understand what he went through, because it's not a very fun pleasure.
No, I hear you. Well, Ricky, I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry you had to experience that.
No, that's fine. I miss James every day, but it wasn't nobody's fault. He just had a seizure that night.
It just happens.
Yep. But anyway.
Well, Ricky, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate your insight there.
Yeah, sure. Well, have you been practicing your old man boy shit?
No, I'm terrible at it. I'm terrible.
Oh, come on. It's pretty simple.
Young whippersnapper. That's the best I can
do. Young whippersnapper.
I've got to take classes. Is there like a adult college class I can take on mimicking voices?
Well, actually, RA, if you'll come see me, we'll climb on a horse, and I can give you lessons right yonder.
Well, I've got to come see you in Texas. I've got to come see Matthew Harris, and then obviously my podcast partner, Weather Watch. I need to go see Thomas as well. So I've got a lot of reasons to go to Texas, and not to mention I've got family down there, so I should probably see them as well. But
Oh, heck, well,
I'll put Texas on the bucket
where's
list.
your family at, if you don't mind me asking?
If you look at the United States, that bottom part down by the big water area, they're in the state next to them.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know Texas geography at all. I just know that when I fly over it, it takes like 2 days. It's huge.
Oh, heck.
So, I think they're at Texas A&M. I think they're in that area.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
yep.
I'm not big on Texas A&M. I'm true Texas Longhorn.
Well, I won't pick a fight with you then. Thank you very much, Ricky. Good talking to you.
All right. Y'all have good now.
You
And
too.
thank y'all, everybody, for saying sorry and everything. And Kathy at Gossip's Rumor, gosh, dog, I love you, little lady. You take care of yourself.
We'll have to connect you and maybe have you on a guest on her show. Let's see if that works.
Oh, heck yeah.
He's the real deal, Kathy. Real deal. Ricky, thanks a lot. We'll catch you later, man.
Oh, yes, sir.
We'll see
Y'all
ya.
be careful.
We'll see you. Bye. There we go. I'm moving to Austin on Sunday, says Sarah T. Couple people in Texas. Might have to do a Texas meetup. Where would we meet up in Texas that would be convenient to everybody? Poked the bear on mentioning A&M. I just said I think that's where my family is. I don't know. I've never visited family in Texas. I have several, siblings there. We're nearing the 30-minute mark. We're at 25 minutes right now. I'm just watching right now for updates from, I've been watching Josephine Moore on Twitter. She is with the Register Herald. She's been following this court case pretty closely and haven't seen anything. Last time she was the one that posted as soon as the jury light came on. It's not on right now. So, the jury, Mercy phase started at 3:53 for deliberations. So I think we're about right on the timer. Oh, look, the likes at 1,000. 1,000. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any more thoughts? Or questions or anything you'd like to share about this case? I think we're at the point where it's 4:20. I don't think we're going to pick up the Griffith trial again tonight. The 17-year-old out of Florida charged with murdering his mom 19 months after he shot his dad. It's a crazy trial. I wish we got to see some of the evidence. Obviously, there are some pictures I don't think that should ever be shown in court cases, autopsy pictures, things like that. No, but it is sometimes helpful to have depictions, even if it's just a sketch drawing to get trajectories and locations and things like that. But this trial, unfortunately, even though it's going to be very short, we're not getting to see anything. We get to hear videos, and that's the best we can do. College Station, that's where they are. I think I've got family in College Station. Let's see. We have the Not Relevant podcast tonight as well. That is going to be tonight on this channel. It's going to be me and Weather Watch, one of our great mods and a good friend of mine. He's down in Texas. I'm here in North Carolina. We get together and talk about some things that are not relevant. And we do this because I learned early on live streaming court cases that it can get heavy, emotionally heavy, to talk about some of the issues that these cases are based on day in and day out. And so once a week we get together and just have a more of a lighthearted look at things and some funny news, funny stories. We tell some corny jokes, things like that, and it's all done live as well. So we interact with you a lot like we do during the live stream here. So please join us for that tonight here on this channel. Unwind with friends. And I've only had like 3% of the people who go to the podcast regret it. And I think that's a good return rate. So 3% say never again. But I think they're joking. Let's see. Sloth Life just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Sloth Life. Got some great people there. Appreciate that. Melanie comes in and says, I'm a recovery addict and I'm proud of it. Love this community. Pretty sure I've been around longer than 13 months. I'm one of the OGs. Thank you, R.A. Melanie, you sure are. I appreciate your continued support of the channel. We talk about food. We do talk about food. I'm going to I've already teased that I'm going to show you the world's worst real estate photo tonight. I'm also going to show you a taste test. I'm doing a taste test. So some food will be on there. We're going to be fun. We're going to be having fun. Let's see. We're almost to my vote time frame. Can they appeal? Bridget, the defense can appeal. I believe they can appeal both. I don't know if they can appeal the verdict as far as mercy or not. I think that's separate, but they can appeal the guilt phase. But to do that, you can't just appeal, say, hey, the jury got it wrong. In an appeal, they have to say, there was actually a mistake done in the trial. The judge ruled incorrectly on something and allowed something in that was prejudiced against my client, changed the whole case. It has to be, substantial like that, but they'll put together all their objections for everything the judge did wrong or everything the prosecution did that shouldn't have been allowed in or what a witness said that they shouldn't have said and the jury got to hear. And they'll put that in an appeal, and they probably won't win because this judge played that one pretty careful. Ineffective counsel? I doubt it. Not with how active they were in objecting. They were on it. Podcast will be on this channel for sure. Let's see. Angela says, I'm tempted to send you surströmming for you and Weather Watch to taste on live stream. I don't even know what that is. It sounds like something you could do with a guitar, but it sounds also that it's food. Maya was my introduction to RA. Maya was a fascinating trial. I love that I got to go down. I did meet Maya and her family and her attorneys, which are now the subject of a lot of interesting happenings down there. Will you show the food before the real estate photo? I probably will show it in the wrong direction. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to look at the rundown and see where we want to put it on. We just passed the 30-minute mark. Just checking with Twitter with Josephine Moore, and I'm not seeing any updates yet about any lights being turned on. She was the first one to tweet that the light came on in the guilt phase for jury deliberation. So 30 minutes is out. I have to end the poll then. Whoa. I forgot I didn't end this. Under 30 minutes is gone. Broken Baker just joined. Hello, Broken Baker and Bakers. Welcome. Let's see. The poll goes like this. How long will the jury deliberate? 30 minutes to 1 hour. 50% of you are still in the running right now, to be correct. Less than 30 minutes, there was 33%. 1 to 2 hours, 13%. And 2% of you said this might be a hung jury on the... Ooh, there was a party sound. I heard that. A hung jury on the mercy phase. Reaching 1K opens the gift boxes and hitting like improves your chances, says Love Life. Thank you. Richard says, if Angela sends you that surströmming, ask your uncle how to open it so you don't have to move out of your house for months. Is it bad? Is it something rotten? What is surströmming, Mrs. R.A.? Angela says she wants to send it and have me taste it. Yeah, okay. Meg, you've been with us since Letitia. That is awesome. Still in a... Oh, I'm sorry. Make sure you have your gifted settings turned on. You might get gifted a membership. But we love that you're here. That's awesome. All right. No, don't eat it. Fermented fish in a can. Angela, if I were going out like crabbing or something, I'd say, yeah, go ahead and send it to me. I'll use it in the crab pot to see if the crabs will eat it. And if they'll eat it, then I'll eat the crabs. But then I would not eat it directly then. Not a big fan of fermented anything. Bug Dugger gifted a membership. Thank you, Bug Dugger. That one to Ashley. You won. Open it outside. Mrs. R.A. won't even let me bring it inside if she knows it's going to stink that bad. Cooper's mom, member for 21 months. Wow, how time flies. You are just a few months away from a pink courthouse. Thank you, thank you. Krista OG gifted a membership to Cat's Pajamas. Sorry, I have to keep watching social media here so I don't miss the tweet when the light comes on. I want to let you know as soon as we have a verdict in that. Watch videos, the whole family gags. Runkle eats stuff that I will not eat. Most of it has to do with spicy food. Miss Ari, do you want to talk? Let me just tell you what she said. I said, Mrs. Ari, do you want to talk? And she said, I'm going to totally derail your whole thing. So here you go.
Okay, because it sounds to me like you're not talking about the case anymore. So I just want to come in and ask a couple of other case questions. What's going on with Corey Richens?
Corey Richens is rapidly approaching her trial date. I believe it's the end of April into May. She's trying to get some evidence thrown out still.
The walk the dog? Is she the walk the dog?
No, walk the dog I think is already out.
What?
I think it's out.
How come?
Because it was privileged. They believe it was actually a manuscript. Hey, this is RA. Hang on one second. Hang on. Hello?
Okay, so I don't know anything. I cannot imagine why that would be privileged. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, hi, Dwayne.
Uh-huh.
Yes, hi, Dwayne. My name is David with the Main Travel Center, and we do the booking and fulfillment for Wyndham, Blue Green, and various resorts. I'm calling because it shows in our system that you had a vacation that you never took advantage of. So we're wondering what happened. You forgot about your vacation? Is everything okay, Dwayne?
I got sick.
Oh, I got sick? Okay.
They said it was not refundable, though.
No, it's not refundable.
Oh, yeah. It was a bummer, because that's like the one place I wanted to go, too.
Oh, where do you want to go?
The Ball of Yarn.
Board yarn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, know where that is.
It's the largest ball of yarn in the world. I like going to big. I've been to the giant rocking chair. I've been to the largest spoon in the world. There's different places where everything's big, and the Ball of Yarn is one I wanted to go to, but I got sick.
Oh, okay. I mean, how do you feel? Are you faring up? Are you okay?
Well, I've got a little bit of a fever and I've got a tummy ache, but I think it has to do with the fact that I ate a whole box of Tic Tacs in the last hour or so. I was just nervous eating them.
Oh, a ball of Tic Tacs. Okay, it has to be the orange.
Oh, I did the white. They're fresh mints.
Uh-huh.
I've got a couple left.
Oh, man, where do you get it? You get a foxhole from Costco or what?
I went to Speedway, the gas station, and they had a 2-for-1 deal. And if I bought one, I got one free. But it was weird because their credit card machine was broken and I had to use cash, and I almost never have cash on me.
Well, their credit card machine always breaks. They gotta switch. They gotta switch up to another vendor or something, you know?
It's like the McDonald's ice cream machine. It's like every time you go, it's like, seriously, can't you just fix this?
Only when Donald Trump was working over there for one day. You saw that before, right?
Yeah, but I like to talk more about pickles than Trump.
Pickles and shrimp. Why not the shrimps?
No, Trump. I'm a pickles, not politics guy.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. No Trump.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
Yeah.
But anyway, my job is to let you know that you have a travel package with us.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and to let you know that we're going through this promotion that we're updating people's travel package. So, my job is to let you know what your travel package consists of.
All right.
All right. So, anyway, there are 3 vacations in this package. All right. You have 4 days and 3-night vacation. And are now upgraded from the basic hotel to a full condo at a 4 or 5-star resort. We also just acquired some new destinations, so now we have over 45 destinations to choose from in the United States.
Do you go to the Ball of Yarn?
Ball of Yarn? No.
Okay. What options?
I've never been over there. All right. Now, for the second part is an 8-day, 7-night stay at a 4 or 5-star resort with a full condo, and with this specific vacation, you have over 400 destinations to choose from. Right? That's globally. The second part is globally. All right. The other part, and then the third part is an 8-day, 7-night cruise from any port of sale, and also any destinations you would like with either Carnival, Norwegian, or Royal Caribbean cruise lines. So what do you think? You like the vacation package so far? The update?
It sounds good. Does it cover Uber and everything?
Uber, I'm not sure about Uber. There's no mention of Uber or Lyft or anything like that.
Okay. I am like deathly afraid of heights. So if I can get there by car, that would be cool. But it's a long Uber. I mean, the Ball of Yarn's in Kansas, which is where I sort of want to go. They don't do any cruises in Kansas that I'm aware of. Do you know of any?
No. I mean, this one's in the all in the Atlantic, in Pacific.
Oh, do they no river cruises or anything?
River cruises? No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm just a guy that gives general information of your package. So.
Huh. Well, go ahead and send it over in the mail. I'll read it. I got lots of junk mail, but I'll read it if you just put like a star on something on it, and I'll call you back afterwards. So.
Yeah, of course. We'll send it to you in the mail. All right.
Awesome.
You have a good day, Dwayne.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Bye. I'm sorry. Mrs. Ari has her hands on her hips. She's like, "You be nice." How are you doing?
Is that how you imitate me?
That's what you were doing.
That's my resting pose.
Oh man, it was a nice guy. I was not going to be mean to him.
I think he was legit. He's doing his job. He wasn't. He was trying really hard to connect with you too. And man, did he roll the dice? He's like, "Oh, red state."
Yeah.
Or
he went political. State? He went politics right in the middle of it.
I don't remember what colors, which party.
Yeah, I don't know. We're purple.
Oh.
Scott blushing. No. All right. Yeah, for those that might be new here, we do take occasional prank calls. I don't know how I got on the list. They think my name is Dwayne. They call my number. I get 4 or 5 of these calls a day. And when it's during a break time when we're not watching court, I like to take the call and
just harass them.
Yes, a little bit. So yeah, he wanted to get off the phone with me as soon as I told him I wanted to go see it. I said Ball of Yarn. It's a ball of twine that's in Kansas. Largest ball of twine.
Oh, that's probably why. I think if he said ball of twine, he would have been like, yeah,
yeah, the twine. Of course I've been there. It's Cochran City, right? Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. We need a break now and then. So, all right, you were going to talk about something more serious about this court case, I think, when you came in, Mrs.
I was just asking Corey Richens, and then there was another one that I've seen. Oh, Maya. What's happening with Maya?
It's funny you should ask because I don't know. Some people are saying
Let me go call another lawyer.
Yes.
Go call into a different show.
Here's Mathis has been tracking this for me, and I know there's some new documents out there. Some people are saying there's been a settlement. Some people, I know, the lawyer and Lawn Lumber got together and did a little bit on it. I haven't been able to watch all that yet, so I haven't heard the latest from that at all. But I sort of wanted to steer clear of it because I got to meet Nick and Mr. Anderson, Greg, down there when I was down in Florida, and I like them both. And it's horrible that there's a row between them, and I just didn't want to.
Wait, what? On the same team? They're not getting along with each other?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. Ray doesn't know anything about what's happened.
It's okay. We don't need to talk about it. The point is,
Nick was fired. Greg was fired. Nick is back. Greg's not
there.
Greg
owns it.
Well, Greg's owns his company, but it's back and forth. It's sad, and really, what the sad part about it is I think that they were a dynamic team together. That their abilities, they meshed together well, and they just tag teamed that case and wouldn't have got to where it was without them.
Yeah,
and
it's okay. You know, if they're going to split ways and go and be awesome on their own, that's fine.
It's complicated. I'd just say that's definitely the definition. It's complicated. There's differences of opinion. There's a lot of that. Yes, we have Dr. Joe files a lawsuit as well. That sort of gagged him a little bit. I've been able to talk to him offline a little bit. Dr. Joe got treated really, really badly, in my opinion. And it appears to me to be as a punishment, retaliation for his participation in this testifying against the hospital. So, yeah, I would defer to Rob and Peter on that for sure. And Trail TV Live is good. Jules has done a great job tracking this. I just, out of respect to Greg and Nick, I'm just going to step back for a little bit. And I really hope that they sort out the differences and everyone gets paid for the work they've done, and it ends happily ever after.
Well, like totally cutting that out of the whole scenario, specifically talking about Maya. Is that what's happening? Is it progressing? Are they going to wrap this up? Have they done sanctions? What's the situation? Is the JOA 6 feet under? Like what?
Remember when they first won, and then everyone said it's going to be years before you see the money? That's where we're in the years before you see the money.
Okay.
I don't know if there's been any sort of payouts yet, or if lawyers are getting paid first, or how that works. But yeah.
Okay.
Not sure.
It seems like there was one more case that I saw something on. I was like, oh, is something happening in that case?
You're like standing right.
I'm trying to see you, and there is a rib cage in the way.
We have a dead guy walking. You can move him.
In our office. Don't call anybody.
A couple other cases. Kohberger is a huge one, and it's ramping up quickly.
And so both on Corey Richins and Kohberger, they're being very cautious when it comes to letting the media in any capacity.
Yes, but that nearly changed this last round of hearings, where the defense is suddenly saying, now we want the media in.
The defense, which on Kohberger?
Yeah.
Why? Why do they want the media in now?
Because they have something specifically that they said, look what the state did bad. We want everyone to hear about it. And so, but at the same time, they were trying to get all the evidence thrown out.
Okay, but wasn't there something about the state did bad? We're talking about the DNA. That's what they did bad.
Particularly the DNA accessing the database without a warrant.
They did not.
They did, but it wasn't his DNA. So he doesn't have standing.
Well, whose DNA was it?
It was a relative's.
That's not okay.
Okay, so, but the laws have not caught up to this world
Okay,
yet.
let's use our giant blue heads. That's not okay. You can't be saying, hey, I've got knowledge. I'm going to beat you over the head with it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting. They're mad that the garbage men gave their garbage to
No, that has been litigated. It's legal.
Well, they did it again. Well, they brought it up again, and that was one of it. They're mad that the knife sheath's going to be in. They want everything that was turned over, everything that was discovered because of that DNA, because of that search, because of that match to be thrown out, which is basically all the evidence that points to Brian
Fruit
Kohberger.
of the poison tree.
Yes. So it was interesting to watch. And the judge. And
that's why you're supposed to do it by the book, because that really can work. You do have a hair. It's got to be one of mine because it's so long.
Here, it's floating on me.
It's
I've
like
seen the reflection
bugging your hand.
If it's one of mine, it's
time for a haircut.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
It's like Galadriel's.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's still going.
Okay, so I did not realize that I just didn't realize what they were. That they had muffed that up, because I feel like that's stupid. Don't be stupid.
Well, they didn't break the law. They broke their policy, their internal policy.
Okay, just back this up a second. Are you telling me that there is no law against going out and finding somebody's DNA in some sort of database, and you're like, gotcha, I'm going to KGB all over you, but it's legal here?
Bingo.
Oh.
Bingo. They broke the terms of service. It's basically like, it would be equivalent to, I don't know, buying likes on YouTube.
No, it's not.
It's terms of service that they violate. YouTube.
This is so unconstitutional. This goes against our Fourth Amendment rights, and we absolutely have the right to not have searches and seizures happen without a warrant.
It's getting hot in here.
Oh!
Yeah.
You guys, I don't want a guilty person to go away free, but for crying out loud, if we don't protect the rights of every single person, we will lose them for ourselves. This is so frustrating.
There you
go. Scott gets quieter. The louder I get, Scott gets quieter. It's like, it's okay.
I'm trying to watch. I'm watching Josephine Moore's Twitter feed to see if the light has come on, because we're 48 minutes into deliberation in this mercy phase of the Natalie Cochran trial. I say it wrong every time.
Okay, I do have one question. Why did the stepmom just one?
Yeah, go.
Did you just totally call me out on that? Thank you. Why did the stepmom always refer to her child with the first and last name? I mean, that's
I thought the first time I heard
why?
it, she was like, Michael something. I forget
Brandon.
what the middle. Michael Brandon.
That's his middle name?
I thought she was like, you get back in here, son. The only time I get called my middle name is when I'm in trouble. And so I just equated that to being what
Your
it was.
middle name is so hard to say. People look at it and they're like, let's go with Scott. It's fine.
I had a hard time for years. I didn't know how to spell it for a long time. Like, you seriously found that ancestor and decided to use their name? Yeah.
I'm sure they're super proud of you.
Yeah, it could have just been it's a Southern thing, total Southern.
Could be, because she did it with everybody. She referred to everybody as their first and last names. And I really did feel like we were all in trouble.
Oh.
She's using all the names.
His father might have been named Michael as well.
She did it with
Call from
Nancy.
Teddy Bear.
Nancy.
Hey, Teddy Bear, are you there?
Hi, I am here. Okay, I just had a bone to pick with you while Mrs. R.A. was there.
Which side am I on? Let me know how we're forming up teams here.
I don't know. You might be on his side. It's fine. Okay, well, 2 bones to pick. One, I think I'll take the other side of things. I think she probably did it, but I'm with you on your first instinct, and your first instinct was they didn't prove it. And the thing is then you're like, oh, I'm over 51% because of what the mother said. And it's like, you know better than that. You don't get to consider that.
Well, I said if I had to vote, I would say not guilty because I'm only at 51%. And beyond reasonable doubt is not 51%. For me, that's going to be like high 99s.
Yeah, I know. I really wish they would have brought like second-degree murder because I think premeditated, you just can't prove it. Yeah. But she did something, and she certainly didn't help.
Yeah, I think the mom's testimony, which was testimony, because here's why I think it counts. Okay, even though we didn't hear it during the trial, she experienced it firsthand. It was given, sworn under oath, and I think it was very pertinent, and it fills in what was happening on Natalie's part during a crucial time where she was basically waiting for him to die.
Yeah, but I think I can argue the other side of that.
Let's hear it.
So,
no, seriously, I don't know this case.
So, you said that she wasn't allowed to testify because she watched something. I heard otherwise. I heard that she wasn't allowed to testify because she couldn't keep her composure in the other case.
Okay, I'm not sure. I just read in chat that that's the reason why she wasn't allowed to testify.
But wait a minute. We've had other people who can't keep their composure and they just kind of get their wrists slapped, but they still come in.
Well, but she did it in the other case, and so she was inflammatory.
In the federal case?
Yeah.
So they felt like it wasn't worth the risk?
That could have just been a rumor. I don't know, but that is what I heard before you said, oh, it was because she watched something. So I could be equally as wrong. But I think if you look at it from Michael's perspective, Michael Brandon, as his mother would say, that he, in life, even if she was evil and conniving and everything, in life, he did pick his wife over his mother. And because as she said, this is what struck me, is that she said, oh, when they got engaged, she told me, and I got mad at her because they were too young, and I didn't like their life choices, essentially.
Well, you know the song that says, "For a man shall leave his mother, and the woman leave her home. They shall travel on to where the two will be as one." Type thing.
That's actually
that's
a
how
scripture.
It works.
That's not a song.
It's a song. I played on the guitar at my brother's wedding.
Oh,
it's a song.
It
I know
might
it's a
be
song.
based on a scripture.
There is love. There is love. That's how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just think in life he picked his wife over his mother, and so in death, there's a good chance his mother's a little bitter about that.
I don't know. Mrs. R.A. is nodding. A vigorous yes.
Yes, because for real, I mean, I haven't watched this whole thing, but just watching her testimony without having any context to put it in, I was like, holy Hannah, this woman's bitter.
Okay,
Maybe
Josh,
she has the right to be.
Josh, my mod, who has never been wrong in his life, just submitted this and said, She couldn't testify because of an email she sent. And that was the email at the very beginning of the trial. And I think we missed that. Do we miss that?
Well, okay, but I don't. Help me out. What email precludes you from testifying? Like,
well, we might
what
have
could
to
you
go back and
possibly
dig into it.
write that would say now you can't testify?
I don't know. We'll have to-
It would make more sense if it's, she watched something. Like, that's a reason to exclude someone. The not being able to keep her composure might be a strategy choice.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had witnesses that can't keep their composure and that be ruled as a reason not to testify.
Yeah.
I mean, people are what they are. And they, if I cry all the time. Okay.
Me too.
If
If you put me in that.
You frown at me and I'm going to start crying.
That is a lie. I frown at you all the time.
And you don't frown big enough. Anyway, thank you for the call. Appreciate the input.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm definitely coming from behind on this one, trying to figure it out. And it is fascinating to me to see how different my response is to witnessing this versus everybody who's actually watched the trial. They all have context and they've made their decision, and they have a lot going that I do not have going. And as I sit and watch this, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this woman had jalapenos before she came up here. And I'm like, well,
They're bitter. And I'm not saying that in an accusatory way. I'm just saying that they have had everything they loved ripped from them, and then they feel like they've been stomped on in the process. And it's hard at that point to say, they probably meant well. It's very difficult, and through this process, they've been sort of silenced as well.
This is going to be, I'm going to kick a bee's nest, and I'm sorry.
Why?
Because
your mic's getting quieter. I don't know what's happening. It was working a minute ago. Hang on. First, let me just say, as of 5 minutes ago, no updates. No, the light has not come on. We're approaching the 1 hour mark of testimony, and the jury's still deliberating. Go ahead.
I recognize and understand that they are bitter and that they have justified reasons to experience bitterness here. In watching this mercy judgment part of it, I just feel like I don't understand how their bitterness should determine whether or not she should get mercy. Like, because you're bitter, she shouldn't get mercy. You have the right to be bitter, and maybe she shouldn't get mercy, but they shouldn't be connected. It should be, hey, she shouldn't get mercy because it was aggravated, because something about what she did was truly heinous. And if you are bitter, that's your own journey, that's your own process. I'm not here to judge you. Okay. It happens. But then when you connect those two and say, you did something that made me so mad, therefore you don't deserve mercy. I'm like, oh, I don't think those two things equal each other.
Sorry. Nurse for God corrected me. It says biggest ball of twine is in Minnesota.
You're trying to go to the wrong state. Ow.
I just Googled and it said world's largest ball of twine was in Cochran City, Kansas. But that's Google for you. So I may be wrong. The issue I have, and I heard what you said, and I don't think the jury should decide based on their bitterness and count that against them. For me, the issue I had was the jury was basically put in the place to say, if you sentence Natalie to life in prison without parole, you are hurting the kids. That's on you.
And also,
I object
think
to that
that's
because
wrong for
that's
the same
a burden
reason.
shifting for responsibility. The jury has a duty to fulfill. And saying, if you do this, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life, and this will be on you. No, all of that is still on Natalie. It's not the jury who did this. It's like, well, life would be good if it weren't for this jury. No, that's Natalie's choice. She was the one that committed the murder. Life would be good if it weren't for her doing that. So I was frustrated that kept being presented, and that the judge allowed it, and that the state did not object when they literally brought up the argument, how will you sleep with yourself at night if you do this? It was not quite in those words, but that was exactly what they were saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like that's actually, it's the same argument, but on the other side. It's saying it's not fair to go to the jury and say, I'm going to put this huge emotional burden on you and expect you to make an informed and judicious decision based on, you should feel so guilty because, you're leaving these kids without a mom. Or on the other side, you should feel so bad if you have this really angry stepmother-in-law, that she's really mad at you.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, okay, lots of big feelings, and I get that, and I'm not okay.
I don't think it's fair for the jury to be accused of causing something, anything in this case. Like, if you do this, then. The if-then is not on the jury. The fact that the result of Natalie's actions were delayed for 6 years has nothing to do with the jury.
Right.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I think we're on the same page on that one.
I don't think we are, but that's okay. It's okay. We can disagree.
We'll just agree to me. Right?
To you, in your head, we're
I'm right.
agreeing. Okay.
I'm right? Thank you.
And that's how we get along. Okay.
Life is good. The jury should not get threatened about Judgment Day. Yeah, they did.
They did?
It was the argument. We might have to go back and watch it, but it was basically, you make this decision, but God's going to judge you. And, oh, wow, it was crazy.
Call from Amy Manti.
Amy Manti, it's been a long time since we've talked, if ever. I
remember.
Know. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm kind of thankful I'm homesick today, so I could watch this part of this trial.
Is it sick, or are you actually homesick?
Oh no, I am.
I'll trust you. We don't need the details.
I am ill. Yes, I have been ill for 3 weeks, and the fever finally got me.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I haven't gotten
lots of liquids. Gatorade.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. R.A.
Don't take insulin. That doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
I know. I'm assuming that may be part of the problem with the unaliving, but see, I haven't been able to watch anything. I started college, and along with working and my watching of anything longer than about 30 minutes on my drive to and from work has been stifled. So
that is amazing.
Yes.
College and work, those are both full-time jobs.
Yeah. What are you majoring in?
I am going to take my paraprofessional and go toward my special education degree.
Sweet.
Awesome. Yeah, I've already have an associate, so I get credit for quite a few credits already, and I've been working as a para forever, and so I've gotten a pass on a couple classes, and
Get to
it's all working out.
That's awesome.
Some days I don't want to do it for various reasons, but anyway, I think you and Mrs. R.A. need to have a podcast of your own because the two of you interact.
I could never
awesome.
elbow out Thomas. Thomas would be like, whatever, I've got 2 motorcycles.
No, I mean,
this would be in addition to.
Yes.
The podcast is my favorite time of the week. I would love to do a podcast with you as well, which then would be my favorite time of the week.
Okay.
Thomas,
I'm just
sorry.
curious though, who would have
Jen comes first.
the mic control on a
Me.
podcast? Okay, yeah, that's how that goes.
Just to tweak it, just make fine-tuned adjustments.
Oh my goodness. I tried to call in a little bit earlier and I was trying to be funny and said, this is Amy calling for Dwayne. But it didn't go through for some reason.
He has a filter. Anybody who wants Dwayne is like, no, we're not on break. Sorry.
Dwayne actually, the calls for Dwayne come in on a different number.
Oh, do they?
Which I don't give out. So I know when it's a genuine Dwayne or a fake Dwayne.
I would have been outed from the get-go. Yeah. And I loved your, I knew the biggest ball of yarn was in Kansas, not the twine. So, and then you said any river cruises, and I thought if you can find a river cruise that you can see the ball of yarn in Kansas, let me know.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to reroute that water back to Colorado.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, he'd be like,
I'm right on the edge. I know. I'll start legislation to reroute the water because I'm right on that edge where Kansas took back all their water. And so
if you look at Kansas, the biggest ball of yarn, if you were to draw a line, if you were to fold it in half perfectly, it would be about a fifth of the way down and right in the middle of the state is where the biggest ball of yarn is. And there's no water within miles.
Yeah, so this is so fascinating.
no water at all anywhere.
Because you're in the
until
desert.
You hit, it's considered the high desert, but
prairie.
yeah,
We
it's
call it
crazy.
prairie.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a nice
a
term.
nice term for there's no water here.
Yeah.
That's how the Kansas kids learn it in Kansas history. It's the prairie.
It's the prairie, the little town on the. I listened to a podcast or some sort of article, something one time that was talking about the difference of the water rights and how they shifted from the east to the west as America has grown from the east to the west, how we view water and how we manage our water intake, because the West is a desert. There's no water out there, and it's very much a survival situation to have enough water there. And in the East, I literally have a friend here who's so funny. She was like, I'm not even going to store any water for any sort of an emergency. All I'm going to do is have this water purifier because there's always water around. And I was like, okay, that is an East Coast attitude. I was like, that is not how it is in the West. There's no water.
Yeah, I mean, we, even in the town I live in, had a terrible problem for many years with our water being contaminated because there's so much feedlots around here that there was getting runoff into the water, and it was causing a problem with our water in our town. Yes.
We'll just call it fertilizer for the show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nitrates.
A natural
There we go.
fertilizer
Nitrates.
that was not being used organically to that contaminated our water, and we've really struggled with that. I think the water's okay. I don't trust them, so I purify all my water. And
Deer Park water for the win.
I
boil it all.
You know what? I saw Deer Park water in the town I work in, and I went to go in and buy some. It was on the list, and it wasn't there because I was going to buy it and send you a picture to show you. We had Deer Park water.
That's awesome.
But
they're not a sponsor, though.
I know.
I
know. They
I
should
have reached
be.
out to them. There are very few companies I've reached out to saying, will you please sponsor the show? And Deer Park is one of them. And they ghosted me.
Yeah, well, they should. It would be such easy, free advertising. Why don't people want free advertising?
I can tell you why.
I don't understand.
Because we talk about murder all day long. And no company wants to be like, yay, go murder.
But drink Deer Park water.
Yeah, we could talk about anything else and we'd get sponsorships, but not murder.
Well, get them for your podcast.
Yeah.
Just the podcast. The other thing I did just see, as we were talking about old cases, not to steer anyone away, there is another person that many of us watch talking about Sarah Boone having a problem with her appellate lawyer.
Yes. Say the person. There's room on the internet for everybody. Where's the?
Oh, it's lawyer. It's Peter.
Awesome. Yeah.
It's lawyer.
Peter Chagos is awesome.
Yeah. I just didn't want to. I mean, it's not like we're right in the middle of a trial or anything.
Let me give you the lowdown on what I've read, because I've seen some of the documents for Sarah Boone on that one. The first one, she filed a notice. She's like, hey, you need to tell me what's going on, was her notice. And it's typewritten pro se. I've never seen typewritten pro se from Sarah Boone before, but apparently she has a typewriter or a computer now. So she says, tell me what's going on, because I see on the record that you've assigned somebody to be my attorney. And I see that he's been assigned, but he's never met with me. And what's going on with my appeal? And apparently she has an appellate attorney who's been assigned to her case. She's never met with him, and a notice of appeal has been filed yet, which is on a tight deadline. And so yeah, she is having some issues there with that, and hopefully they get sorted out.
It doesn't surprise me that it's typed. Having worked at the prison here locally for a very short stint, they have access to. There's education classes and such, and so she could probably request to go into one of the education rooms to use a computer.
Wasn't she being held in the prison, even though she was technically still in the jail? Wasn't she being held in the prison before?
I think so, but I doubt that she would have had the same amount of ability to move around as people who are actually Florida Department of Corrections sentenced. Her movement, it's probably a whole separate section, would be my guess, for those, because they're still kind of in the holding pattern. Yeah. So I don't think she would have had the same ability to request that as, say, Colorado Department of Agency or, North Carolina DOC or whoever, those people then are given the opportunities to attend classes and do programs and all of that. In her case, where she was still being held in the holding pattern,
right.
She's just held in a holding pattern.
It's just exercise and food for her. So shower,
3 hots and a cot.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, interesting.
3 hots and a cot.
Fascinating. Yeah. There's so much good stuff out there. I love being LawTube adjacent. First of all, I love this community. I love the law. I love having so many smart people like Peter Tragos, like you mentioned. It was an honor to be on his podcast the other day, and it was just great. He's amazing. He's actually one of the reasons why I'm live streaming, because I used Mrs. R. I used his channel with Mrs. R.A. to show, look, this is how YouTube works.
Which
See
is
how Peter's doing?
wildly inaccurate, right? I was like, so if we start, we'll be like Peter tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. So, but it was awesome. So Peter's a great guy.
Yeah, I really appreciate him as well. I'm still scheduled for jury duty on Monday as of this afternoon. It's a 1-day trial for a traffic case that's 2 years old. So I
don't mention
think
us.
He would like
jury nullification.
I am not
jury nullification.
mentioning that I am no. If they say the question, "Are you a true crime watcher?" I will not lie.
Right.
If they don't ask it, I will not present it.
This is great advice. This is the advice I give everyone who's been asked to sit on a jury or potentially. Tell the truth. If they ask the question, give an honest answer, but don't over volunteer. The people who talk the most are out. So, I mean, unless you don't want to be on, and then just raise your hand. Keep that hand going up. And just be
know what Mike did this morning?
I saw a case about this. This is so interesting.
I watched a podcast on this.
When do we address subject matter jurisdiction? Yeah, you can do all those things, and you'll definitely not serve.
Yeah. I testified in one case for a family member, and I did ask the lawyer after it was all over. I said, "How can you be a defense attorney?" And he goes, "Well, that's just what I chose." And I said, I understand that, but how can you defend someone that flat out, they come up to you and they say, "I did it, I'm guilty, or evidence is overwhelming." And his response to me was, every single person deserves their due day in court and to get the fairest conviction under the law if they are convicted.
Right.
And I thought that was perfect. And people that argue with me about stuff, I just tell them that. And
it's what defense attorneys tell themselves so they can sleep at night, right? Just kidding. But I agree. I really do agree.
Thank you. I can appreciate that side as well.
That's the funny side of it. But the truth of the matter is, it's nobody likes the defense attorney until you need one. And then you're like, wait, but I need someone to defend me. And what if it's a heinous crime? Yeah. Everyone deserves that defense, and the state should be held to their burden. We shouldn't be, just locking people up because the cops, they think they observed this crime being committed.
I was the only defense attorney or defense witness. I don't mind saying it was for my son, and I knew a lot of information about the entire thing that occurred, and I ended up being literally the only defense witness. And when I answered the mic drop question, the prosecutor just put his head in his hand and shook his head, and his head went down. He was just like, "We just lost."
Really? Did you win?
Yes.
Oh, that makes me
which
feel
was
so
rightfully
happy.
so.
That's awesome.
Yes, I would have refused unless under subpoena to witness for it. I voluntarily was a witness because what was being portrayed was not. And the prosecution, of course, I wasn't in there for their testimony, but the lawyer said that, and my son said that 2 of the witnesses gave conflicting information. Their stories weren't the same as to what happened. So, and I had information about what was said after this happened, which directly went towards motive for why that person would have tried to get my son in trouble.
Interesting.
So,
well, and how
it
great
was
is
really interesting
that you can get your side out and that you can get that information out. I feel like it is discouraging to me how many people are found guilty. And maybe it's because of the cases that Scott follows, they are most likely guilty. Maybe not. I don't know.
A lot of these cases are quite serious,
Yeah.
where there's a ton of
Yes.
evidence.
Yeah.
There are plenty of cases out there that just don't get prosecuted. I mean, look at the Griffiths case in Oklahoma.
Okay, hang on though. The premise that you just said there was if it gets prosecuted, it's most likely that they're guilty, and that is the problem that I
would
have.
I would say that the prosecutors have a threshold. They would say, we believe we can get a conviction at this level, and that's where we charge. Sometimes they'll overcharge and go for it.
So ready for the wasp's nest? I'm swinging here.
I'm not
what
getting dinner
about
tonight.
Karen Reed?
You're gonna open up Karen Reed after all
with
this?
the hatchet.
Okay.
I'm
Not
just saying,
physically. We're not talking about her personally.
I meant the wasp nest with
Okay.
a hatchet.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I feel like that attitude is so understandable, but wrong. That hey, if you're here, you're probably guilty. That they would not have brought you this far if they didn't have the evidence.
No, I don't believe it's if you're here. Well, the police don't arrest innocent people. I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy at all. What did I say that made you think that I feel that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure I'm right.
You said if they're in court, if it's reached the level that they're in court for a hearing, that they're most likely guilty.
No, the prosecutors feel confident they can win.
Then I misspoke if I said that. That's not guilt. I'm just saying that a good prosecutor, won't take a case to court unless they feel they can win. So I think they would have a good amount of evidence to go to court. Some of the cases we follow, there's a lot of evidence. The prosecutor is like firm in the conviction. We're not talking about like Thurston County, the Gore Point case, okay, where there's like one witness and so like he said, she said. We're talking about much more serious crimes with a lot of evidence. If there was, say, the Oklahoma case with Mr. Griffiths, who's down in Florida right now, charged with killing his mom, he shot his dad once in the chest, once in the head, was arrested and never charged. The prosecutors didn't charge him because they didn't think they could get a conviction. They couldn't get past that. If you say it's self-defense, how do we prove it isn't? That's all I was referring to. Not that the people are guilty.
Right.
It still has the same result. That saying if we get to the court phase, it's because at least the prosecutors feel like there's enough evidence to convict. And if they feel that way, well then shouldn't we?
I'd like to think that all the prosecutors believe in their cases.
I can say confidently. I can say confidently from watching so many trials now with RA and just other things, and even short little clips here and there, that I'll give you a better answer after Monday. But I believe I could go and listen to both sides, because I've heard one side do one thing and one side do another, and I've heard people get convicted, and then I've heard cases where we all dropped our jaw because they were not guilty.
Okay, so I truly have this. I've been wondering about this for a while. Please remind me of your name.
Amy.
Okay,
I'm Scott.
Amy. Scott.
Just kidding.
Scott and Amy. Okay,
I know. I was like, whose name?
Okay, do you feel, Amy, that as you're going to be on a jury, do you feel that you are better able to be a good juror having watched these kind of cases online? Or do you feel that it has limited your ability to be fair-minded because you've seen so much?
I think I am better able because I am aware of the importance of looking at both sides with an open lens.
Interesting.
And not being narrow-minded to where, well, if he's pushing a court case for 2 years, he must be innocent. Or he's pushing a court case for 2 years. She's been fighting this, he must be guilty. I don't feel either way. I mean, I just know that obviously he wants his day in court. And then my job as a citizen of the United States who can be a jury member is to walk in there and do my job, which is listen to both sides, follow the instructions and give an answer.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that in something that's so traumatic, really, this experience of going to court, being in the jury box, having everybody stare at you, having all these new phrases and new procedures and new experiences being thrown at you all the time, I wonder if that sort of shock factor would mitigate your ability to have a good judgment, or if on the other side of it, if seeing too many court cases would make you jaded.
I think it would make you better.
Ow.
Because
I'm gonna go on the side of better.
I like it.
I think two things make you better. Information makes you better in two specific areas. One is voting, which we're not going to talk about, okay, because that's Pickles, not politics.
But do it.
An informed voter is a better voter, but I think everyone should vote. Two, in the case of a jury, look how many times that we watch, say, like Thurston County, Washington, which is one of the rare courts where we get to see the jury actually picked and hear the interaction, and as they're being selected. How many people will raise their hand when they think that he's probably guilty?
Right.
That is something that through education, through watching court, you learn that can't be the case. The defendant is shrouded in a cloak of innocence as they walk into the courtroom. And that persists unless the prosecution is able to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Do you have the jury?
Well, the trial on Monday will be live streamed.
We have a light. Light's on 1 minute ago.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks
All
for
right.
calling in, Amy.
Amy, thank you very much.
Peace out, brother and sister. Thanks for chatting so long.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. Have a good one.
See ya.
We'll see you.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, we are waiting for a feed from court, but the light came on a minute ago.
What does that mean? The jury light is on. Is that like
it literally means there's a light. There's a light on in the jury. It's up in the corner, up on this side where my thumb is. But
I understand, but I mean, like, what does it indicate?
It means the jury's done their work. It means
do they have a question?
Well, it means they've either reached a question or reached a verdict. It'll be one of the two. And if we wait for just a minute, we'll start to get some tweets, because there'll be a rumbling, because obviously there's going to be a bailiff that goes back and informs people, and they sort of let the sides know. Because if it's just a question, rounding up everybody and their dogs to come in and hear the verdict is not necessary, or hear the question is not necessarily needful. But if it's a verdict, they will bring everybody in.
Do they ask, though? I mean, they're going to tell the lawyers on either side, but I think the rest of the people are just like, something's happening. Let's go in.
So 1 hour and 20 minutes of deliberation time. Let's see. Stop the timer. Is that what you guys are saying? Confirmed verdict. Confirmed verdict. Do you know what that means, Mrs. R.A.? You have your headphones on?
Yeah, I'm going to...
After 1 hour and 20 minutes of deliberation, I've got 121 on there, but the jury has reached a verdict in the mercy phase of the Natalie Cochran trial. This trial has been unique. West Virginia does things a little bit differently than some of the other states, and we've enjoyed it and been amazed equally as it's progressed. We have had some of the most shocking, eye-opening, emotional, and unbelievable moments that came just from this trial, in the couple weeks of this trial, and the moments that happened afterwards. We're going to jump to court here in just a second. I'll bring that to you as soon as I can get my my feed brought on. 2, there we go. That's not it. 3, let's try 3. That'll work. All right. The most interesting part about this trial for me is that in this mercy trial, the defense goes first. The defense had family through the courtroom was packed. And as soon as they were done, they left. And they've been gone, and they are still gone. None of them returned. The kids are not there. The mom's not there. The aunts, the nieces, no one is there supporting Natalie on this time. And I've got to wonder why.
Yeah, I've heard your theory on it, but
here we go.
I think the opposite.
Here we go.
All right, I'm advised that the jury has arrived at a verdict. Again, as before, I will expect no outbursts either way upon reading the verdict. Are there matters that we need to discuss before we receive the verdict?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, not from the defense.
Bring in the jury, please.
Jury's filing in now. Sorry, do you want to be able to hear? Test 1, 2. Is that good? Okay. She stands for the judge. She doesn't stand for the jury. That's something the judge explained at the beginning of the case. Doesn't look like she's getting eye contact.
Madam Foreperson, has the jury arrived at a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you please hand the verdict form to the bailiff, who will transmit it to me? Will the defendant please rise? In the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Page Cochran, case number 23-F-343K, the verdict is as follows. Having found the defendant guilty of murder of the first degree, we, the jury, recommend the following. We, the jury, unanimously do not recommend mercy. The verdict form is signed by Holly Rich, foreperson of the jury. It is dated 1/30/2025. Does the state wish to examine the verdict as to form?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the defense?
No, Your Honor. No, Your
You may be seated. Is there a request that the court poll the jury?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court will receive the recommendation of the jury. It will be recorded and received fully by the court. The court has no discretion in this matter. I'm not sure that it would be useful to have a pre-sentence report or to even come back for sentencing.
Except for the post-trial motions, Your Honor.
We certainly can deal with post-trial motions, but the court, I believe, will go forward with sentencing at this time.
There's no
I'll
need
ask
for a
the
pre-sentencing
defendant to
investigation
please rise.
because there's only one possible outcome.
It is the judgment and ruling of the court that the defendant, Natalie Page Cochran, be, and she is committed to the penitentiary of this state for her natural life without the possibility of parole. I'll preserve all defense exceptions to the sentence imposed. You may be seated. Members of the jury, I appreciate your service. This is no comment at all on your verdicts, but you have been here. You have done everything that the court has asked you to do. You have been attentive. You have paid attention to all matters presented before you. I can excuse you from this trial, but I cannot release you from service. And so you are now pros in terms of jury service, and you will have to be available until May, the May term. It is very likely that you will be called in for other trials, civil or criminal.
West Virginia, what are you
and so
doing?
you know what to expect. You know what the situation involves. Thank you very much. We could not operate without you. and I sincerely appreciate your cooperation and patience. You may now follow the bailiff to your jury room and depart with the court's sincerest appreciation.
West Virginia, we gotta talk. We gotta talk, man. They're not free till summer.
All right, I'll ask the state to prepare an order in the premises. Is there anything further that we need to discuss?
This may seem like a silly point, but is the court sentence imposed consecutively with the federal sentence? Or
I think it is a sort of unusual question, and I don't know that it makes any difference, to be honest. I'll run it concurrently with the federal sentence.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything further? And of course, we'll schedule all motions, hearings. The court will certainly take up appropriate motions to be filed by the defense.
Of course, it's academic, Your Honor, but we will need to figure out, nevertheless, the credit for time served in this case, which may or may not have some type of impact in the future. Secondly, we need, well, this is more of a question of the court. The court envisions a hearing on post-trial motions, and at that time, I do believe that the court will have to reaffirm the sentence if the court rejects our motions, because the time of for the appellate purposes will have to start running from a very specific date, and that is the date of the entry of the sentencing order. So I think that the court will have to resentence the defendant if the court rejects our post-trial motions. So we can
certainly do that. I've done that many times in the past, and we can do that to accommodate the time for appeal. I can set a hearing date for post-trial motions. I'm looking first at February the 24th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
1st of February, Your Honor.
February the 24th.
24th.
Your Honor, I need just a few minutes to pull up my calendar.
Okay, take your time.
Judge, I'm sorry, I already know I cannot do that.
Okay, February the 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
That's more like it, yes. Thank you.
I believe that would correspond to my schedule, Your Honor.
Is that agreeable with the state?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set down February the 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. To take up any post-trial motions. Is there anything further that we need to discuss?
I also believe that at that time, the court would advise my client of her right to an appeal and appoint counsel for the appeal.
Yes.
Very well.
Your Honor, I just have one query.
All right.
I do have an abuse and neglect case scheduled for the afternoon. Does the court have any anticipation of how long this will take?
I have the morning set aside. I can't imagine that it would run into the afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are adjourned.
Wow. Wow. With that, we are done.
I can't imagine how the jurors responded to that. They were like, what? I'm not done?
I'm going to mute the speaker behind you. No, you can keep talking. Life without parole. The jurors, after it took 1 hour and 20 minutes for them to deliberate, almost only half an hour less than it took to determine guilt. But they unanimously came back life without parole. And West Virginia just went and told this jury, who has been amazing. Okay, the jury's been on time. They said they had one problem at the very beginning, and I don't know what that was. But there was like that first day there was an issue with one juror. But since then they've been incredible. They've been on time. They've been prompt. They haven't been complaining. They've been just doing everything, patient and everything. And then after, as to reward them for their service, like, by the way, You might be called on to do this 2-3 more times
Yeah.
through May. Through May. Good luck. Good luck.
And he started out, he's like, this is not at all a reflection on your service. And I was like, that's weird. Why would he lead with that? He said, and you can't leave.
They did get sausage biscuits, which greased the wheels of justice.
Or something got greased there. Wow.
Wow. Life without parole is the verdict. That is absolutely, it's not surprising. It's not surprising, first of all. What was surprising is that none of her family was there. That this would literally be the last time they will see her without a divider between them.
Yeah, but, well, I guess maybe they would have let him talk or touch or something
Let
in
them
this
hug
one.
before.
Yeah, maybe.
But they decided not to be there. So, well, can the jurors speak to the press? Yes, they can. It's their choice. They don't have to. And if the press hounds the jury, they can go to the judge, and the judge will have stern words for the press, which no press company, no outlet wants, no media outlet wants, because the judge will be like, okay, you're banned from our courtroom.
Yeah.
And you don't want that. Do all prisons there have partition visits? I think they, well, I know for federal.
Okay, and she also had a federal charge. So, well, they said the penitentiary. That's federal, right?
I don't know. They might have in person, like conference room type meetings, but I'm not sure. Wow. I'd be interested to hear from a family member as to why they chose not to be there.
Well, what was the case? Oh, it was the burn pit case where the daughter didn't come to the verdict at all. And I feel like this is way more painful than I think we realize. It's way more draining than we can probably imagine. And I don't fault anybody for saying, and that's my max. I can do that, and that is it. And then I'm leaving. I've got cameras right up in my face. And this is the hardest emotional thing I've ever had to do in my life. I don't want to, like, if I can possibly opt out, I will.
Yeah. I'm not going to follow a press conference. There might be some out there. What we are going to do is I've got a link built to the podcast tonight, which doesn't start for a little while, but we can portal over there. You can click the like button, which would be really kind, and you can also click the notify me when we go live. This is heavy. It's been an emotional day for a lot of for testimony on both sides. It's this isn't as with all verdicts. This isn't a celebration. There are people who lost today. There are people who lost before and lost again today, who had no part in this crime other than that they were a victim. So it's tragic. I have tons of respect for the system. I think it worked in this case, even though I would have voted differently. And I have a lot of respect for the jury, and I think that it was a just verdict, even if I would have voted the other way. So, podcast is going to be great tonight. Mrs. Ari, do you have any final words? Do you want to talk some more about it, or you?
I have opinions on it, but they're uninformed opinions because I haven't watched the whole thing.
Yeah, you should watch. I've got this show we do.
What?
It's on YouTube. Yeah, you can check it out. It's on
your
iPad.
YouTube? That's like the latest thing.
I know. All the kids are doing it. Do hope you're able to join us tonight for the podcast. Tomorrow we'll be catching up on the Collin Griffith trial, and we'll be speed watching that one. So it's going to be fast. We're going to be skipping breaks. Buckle up. It's going to be quick because that trial itself is only supposed to be 3 days, so it could be in verdict watch tomorrow. So.
Wait a minute. This is the kid with both parents? 3 days?
Yeah, it's a speedy trial and it's quick. It's quick.
Wow.
Roll back so we can see the lovely missus. There she is. I need to figure out a better. I was kicking my feet. If you couldn't tell, I'm kicking my feet like a kid at the candy store. Thank you, Mrs. Ari, for coming on. I appreciate you bringing your input and your questions, and for being so kind to the callers as well, even when I wasn't. Just the one, but that was a prank call in my defense.
I think he was a good guy.
They said the state's done nothing 3 days. They said the state's done Tuesday. Rage Crochet, I thought it was 3 days. Okay, we've got some time to catch up then. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe until we go live again tomorrow. Tonight with the podcast at 8 p.m. We've already got the thumbnail up. You can go and click the like button, click the reminder. Please join us. I promise to reveal a couple things. I will reveal a photograph that is the worst real estate photo I've ever seen in my life. And I'm going to try a new product that may or not deserve to be tried by other people ever again. We'll see. I'll eat it on the air. Plus, we've got fun stuff as well.
And you don't know it yet, but I have a pre-burnt dinner, so you get to do that first.
Awesome.
It's going to be exciting.
Thanks for that. You guys have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Wait for it. I'm slow.
Like 3 billion things to push.